You can't do that to me as a Pisces because of what I told y'all. Because my brain will go down the rabbit hole of the what ifs. It will go down the, oh well, if I thought that this was that, but if it's this, what? Why are we not exploring this? You can't be like, I love you, and then my brain doesn't try to explore that. And so it's like when he tells me that, I'm like, where did that come from? And we have this long conversation about how, I don't know, just about love and how he thinks about love. And he was like, even if he started talking, like, even if we didn't have sex no more, he was like, he was like, I would be devastated if I couldn't talk to you. And it just was, I was like, but you never try to make it more than sex. Like, you've never told me you wanted it to be something else, something more. So why have you never tried to make it more if you love me? You see what I'm saying? It just made me, it makes me go down this what if rabbit hole that I actually don't like because it sets me up for dreaming something that's never going to happen. When we could have kept it in a sexual, I compartmentalize in that way. But when you get to telling me you love me and we're having these serious conversations, it's like, what? I even had a situation with one of my clients, my client Ken, where I do feel like I was falling in love with Ken, and it was just a weird. I ain't never fell in love with a client before, and so because of that, it just was like, what is happening here? What are we doing? Because it's not like you leaving your wife, and I'm not confused on the moment. It's all that we share. You got your family. I'm not gonna be with you. And they need you there. Though I try to resist being last on
I
your
know
list,
this.
I'm not gonna be there. I'm not some fool who thinking you're gonna leave your wife. It's a good man, Savannah. It's a good man. No, I'm not. Kenneth can't. You can't string me along and think that you're gonna leave your wife. And that, no, I'm not. I'm not that gullible.
Hey, so what you looking for?
But I was
Gotta
having
appreciate
feelings
everything
because
here.
I put stock in people doing things for me, and
You
he
got it,
was
homie?
doing things that he didn't have to do as a client. He was doing extra stuff that was rooted in care for my well-being, and that's very. And in my life, that's very, very rare. Usually, it's either transactional or I'm either being used or it's transactional. For somebody just to be doing something that they don't have to do, that's rare. And so, especially from a man. And so he was doing things and we weren't hooking up on no sexual stuff. He was just doing shit for me. And it was like, and us spending time together that didn't involve sex, it just started to be murky emotionally. And I was like, what is happening? Like, am I starting to have feelings for this dude? Like, it feels strange. Be right back.
Okay, what is going on? shit may be a nuclear bunker owned by some doomsday prepping billionaire CEO of a private military company, but don't nobody panic. We know the bunker in Raton Canyon, we know how to open the door, and we know what we stealing. Hard drives. We don't know what's on them, but we do know we getting paid for them. Kay's client is this hacker fool, Avi Schwartzman, and he twitching for this shit. We only gotta name our price. Now remember, wait, just a sec. Hey Kay, is that you?
What up, though, babe?
Good timing, babe. I was just about to call you. We moving on these hard drives.
Oh, yeah? Perfect. I'ma take a seat. Hey, you always look this fine when you working.
Nah, this all day, every day, baby. Get your eyes checked.
Shit, you looking good, girl. How long before they get to that
No,
point?
I definitely.
Not long enough.
Damn.
So you spoke to this Schwartzman dude today?
Yeah, he all right.
Well, Pretty Woman dude wasn't married
Dude
either.
needs to relax a little, though, you feel me? He's a little jumpy. But this shit is all under control, right?
He good for the money?
Oh, hell yeah. Y'all should see this fool's rap sheet. He helped the crew hit the Pacific Standard. And he worked for whoever hit the casino. I don't know what his cut was, but it's enough to pay us good.
Alright, that's all I need to know. Well, except, if this fool's so well connected, why he need us?
Like I say, he jumpy. Like living in the woods, talking to trees, kind of jumpy. Got it in his head, he can't even trust his own people. Now he's going up against this Don Percival fool. He figured he needed an outsider. That's where I came in.
All right, so
Hey, we came in, babe.
You the best part of me, girl. That goes without
what is
saying.
some of the worst dating advice that you've ever
I'll
heard?
never forget who we got behind the wheel, baby.
So,
Hey, this some all for one shit, y'all. Don't go in there till
did y'all
everybody
have
ready.
a queer birds and the bees talk? You know how your parents give you the cisgender straight birds and the bees talk. But did y'all ever, who gave y'all like the queer birds and the bees talk? Did y'all even get that?
Alright, ain't nothing for
This
it
is
now.
yogurt
Let's
and
go.
blueberries. I love this. A 19-year-old that was grooming me at 13.
Once you down there, you looking for the service section. That's where these drives gonna be plugged in.
What was his talk? What did he say?
Damn, sounds like a party down there. Yo, y'all good? As long as they still shooting, I know y'all ain't dead.
When you find them, you don't gotta be gentle with this shit, y'all. Just yank
You
it out.
gave me the queer person that
Damn,
used info.
that's
Did I?
cool, baby.
Oh, what info?
So what's on these drives, babe? And don't be saying you don't know.
Nah, for real, girl, I don't know.
He didn't say nothing.
Who, Avi? Nah, he said the less we know about this Don Percival fool, the better.
I bet it's political. Soon as your ass is owning bunkers with secret files and shit, it's always political.
Political, criminal, it's the same shit. I don't care if it's ass prints from the grassy knoll. Long as it's proper. I don't give a fuck.
My first.
How we doing? You getting them? Come on, let's go. This shit ain't rocket science.
The joys
How
of
you know?
anal dishing.
Maybe that's what's on them drives, babe.
Alright, well,
I
stealing
remember
rocket science
my
ain't
first
rocket
engagement
science,
with
y'all.
HIV.
Double time, let's go.
I was.
Soon as you got him
It was
on,
around
get
the
the hell
Betty
out of that
Boop
death
time.
trap.
See you up top, yo.
We were going to Betty Boop's, me and my friends. And my friend, I don't want to say his name, but he was talking to this older gay boy. And because we were young, you know, the older boys would try to talk to us. And he was talking to one, and
is in a secure location. Seth just sent it to you. Get that shit over there and let him do his thing.
We were all outside the club, and
So what's happening when we get there, Kate?
I'll be
the
saying
gay boys was making these little
shit
jokes.
Upload it straight away?
Older.
This shit must be hot,
I
Kate.
know what they mean.
For sure.
But when I was younger, I didn't. I didn't understand the humor. I didn't understand they were health reads. But it was their way of warning my friend that, nigga, you better be careful. He got the package. And he'll try to give it to you.
Not the package.
We were young, so we were thinking about it. And
Yo, red alert, people. I'll be just fired to flare. This personal motherfucker got a
we
fucking
weren't really
army headed over to his ass.
they weren't giving us the birds and the bees, but they were giving us like these little health innuendos, these little health reads. That were a warning. Like you little queens better be careful. Because apparently they do his teeth. But they didn't want to just come out and say
Hey, this Schwartzman dude got his own people? Or are we it?
Nah,
but they also
he
knew
got
that we
people,
were young.
but none of us getting paid by no corp show. This motherfucker Ivy got to
And
live
might
long
not
enough
have known
to
that.
upload, or whatever the fuck he do.
Get ready, y'all.
My older brother was also gay. He recently passed away. I pretty much picked up everything from him and his friends. Oh, that's good. When it comes to expectations of how to deal with men, when it's like what it's like to grow up a doll and really just to life in general. Oh, well, I'm glad I was there for you. I hope I didn't fail you. Because I was still figuring it out. I didn't have a meter for exposure as a shelter who was a suburban kid, so I just had the internet and we shared a lot of general identities, so I just soaked up all the stories and info. Now I have my own. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't know, it was a bunch of little scenarios that I was connected to that some lessons I didn't need to learn because I was watching other bitches go through it. I remember
Shit, where the hell are you? He a sitting duck out there.
You a driver or what?
a situation that kind of devastated our city. One of the girls killed one of the other girls. So one name was Victoria, one name was Reese. Victoria killed Reese in like '01. But that situation, like, and Victoria did like 20 years in the pen for that. She out now, but she did like 20 years. And Reese is in the grave. And the dude who was all over was still like around the city having other Transformers being involved with the destruction of both of the Transformers' lives. That devastated me a little bit. Like in my brain, that was like, really? This tranny chasing ass nigga was the catalyst of ruining, and it doesn't take the accountability from them and the choices they made, but just the fact that one girl is dead and one girl went to prison for 20 years over this bum ass nigga who ain't even fine no more.
Plug him in. Let's get this thing done.
Who fucking got male pattern baldness, who look dusty.
Don't get a cent before the upload is
It just was, at the time that they was dealing with him, he was.
You ever have a bad feeling about something?
He just was, yeah, he's fine shit. when we was younger, it just was a whole different vibe. But just the fact that it was like, what?
Just keep his ass safe.
It was like a,
Hey,
it was
remember
definitely,
what
I
y'all
don't
said?
say wake up
Weapons
call,
and anti-aircraft guns. Right there.
but it definitely shifted my mindset about this. Ain't no nigga working dying, and ain't no nigga working for prison. And so, yeah, it shifted my mindset about me, and I never would.
Yo,
be
disclaim
that
on where they came from, alright?
We fought, but we didn't kill each other. Go to prison over trade. Yeah, that was a game. It was a game for me.
Don't relax, y'all. They probably coming again.
That scenario, and then there was a scenario where this guy, he was dating this girl, this young girl, and I'm pretty sure that this happened multiple times, over and over. But this particular young girl was, you know, she was a young girl that was coming up after me. And so I meet her, and the way her persona is an innocent little butch lady. Like the way I meet her,
You stay alert to that food.
it's like she just, I can tell that she's a sheltered girl. I can tell that she, there's an innocence to her. And maybe like 3 or 4 years into me knowing her, she's hooking up with this dude. And he done, I don't know if it's real or not real, but the story that she tells me is that he shows her some papers about him being negative.
You okay? What the hell is
And
your
then
boy
she
doing
finds
down
out
there?
that she's not.
When he gonna be
And then
dead?
he comes clean
Don't
about
ask
him
me.
being
All I know is he on some next level
and
shit.
she's in this situation where she's now young, and all because he was lying about his dad. My mind. And this is an older guy, older street ass nigga,
But that don't mean you in the clear.
and it was, and she was a, you know, not even, I don't even want to say trans, because, you know, I feel like there was something, they were working through it. One minute they'll be full-time living as a girl, the next they'll be back being a boy, so they still was figuring it
This
out.
shit is getting crazy.
And then, you know, this same dude is at the club, in the car, with another, in the club, in the car with another trans woman. So, you done,
Hey, stay sharp. It ain't done till it's done.
exposed this girl, this young little innocent girl, to this. She's in this situation now that she can't undo, and now you out here running the streets. And it just, it's like, oh my God. It just was a situation that I was like, devastated, and also a word organization. Um, remember being over my friend's house, and
That's gotta be it, y'all.
I saw this,
Sounds like you got
one of
every
the most
motherfucker in the 10
possible
mile
trans
radius.
women,
Shit, we gotta
trans
be
women
done.
of my life. Um, definitely at the time, I don't know what, I think it'll be dead now. What's going on with her now? But definitely at the time, her name was Miss Ridley, and she was
Thank you very much. It's
so
been real.
passable, but a
You
literal
don't go
crackhead,
I was never here. Goodbye.
strung out, drug addict crackhead. And she came over. She saw us, and we were sitting. We were sitting on this little electricity box, um, and I just was in awe of how passable she was. And but I had never met a trans drug addict. Like I never had met a transgender drug addict. Like I knew straight people who was crackheads, but a trans crackhead, like I never met one. Like I never saw one. So I was like, so imagine me meeting one of the most passable trans women that I met, but she's a crackhead. Like strung out. Like strung out. Like, you know, the kind that you see on TV. And so I knew that I never wanted to be that. Whatever this is, when I saw her, I was like, yeah, I never wanted to be that. So there is just certain situations that I was exposed to in my younger years that steered me out of harm's way. I don't be trying drugs. I don't be trying drugs. Um, as a bottom, I didn't, especially in my younger years, as a bottom, I found having raw sex to be stupid because the dick is going in me. With a condom or not, the dick is going in me and I'm going to feel it. So maybe if I was a top and wanted to raw dog because it feels different, but as a bottom bitch, put that condom.
You know,
I'm not going to feel no different with the condom on.
That girl definitely got something.
The condom on,
Keep your eyes open.
or you not getting nothing at all. So it was always, I didn't really care about, I never really got into the, ooh, I don't want to use no condoms. No, bitch. You don't use condoms, then bitch, we is not having sex. Um, what other scenarios? Also, my friend Mario, just his desperation to be loved. Yeah, my friend Mario, his desperation to be loved and the shit that he would do for these niggas.
What you need, boss? Some wheels?
I just knew that I had too much pride. And Mario would say things like, that's because you are privileged. You have, you know, he wouldn't say privilege, but that's basically what he would say. Um, in other words, like, bitch, you don't know
Aight, I'll get back to work.
you don't know the situation like I know. You ain't never really been in a situation like I am. And I didn't understand it until I got older. Oh, for sure. definitely was a real life version of Luther. But Mario felt like because I was trans and pretty, he was like, no, who he he basically was like, who you've never been in a situation where, and I didn't think about it, but I when he said it, I had to come to grips with it. Like, bitch, you don't have the experience that he's having because the facts of the matter. When I was in high school, everybody that I wanted, I was having. Like everybody that I wanted to mess around with, some of them might have took me a long time to get, but at least in the scenario with the dudes that I was pulling, I was getting some type of validation that I could pull them. Like even though it took me a couple of years to get Eric, at least if there was some type of flirting, there was some type of acknowledgement of me, even before I had him. There was some type of acknowledgement. When I was in a group home with Gerald, Mario basically was saying, like, everybody you fucking want, you got to have. I've never had people, they were attracted to you, and you were able to have that kind of love and affection. I ain't never had that because I'm 6'4", plus size, and da 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 da. So I never really, the way he described it, he said, I never really had people just coming up to me and saying that, oh, I'm attracted to you. So he would just be doing stuff. So he would do stuff to get dudes' attention and sleep with them, and yeah, it just certain ways that they did things that I just didn't. That I didn't understand. I didn't, and I learned that I don't want to be that. I don't want to be so desperate for love, and I got to that situation in my relationship at one point, but yeah, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to be that type of person. So yeah, it was a bunch of scenarios when I was younger that just taught me, hmm, even the games that butch queens play. Like I remember this old man named Masto, who when I was younger, he would pull up on me trying to get me to come to his house, offer to buy me some Jordans. He had one time he tried to get me, not tried to, he did get me to come over his house with other boys. So that's why I could sense creeps when I was younger, but there was a situation where it was me and other young boys that he got us to come over his house, and he had all kinds of video games. He had all the stuff that young boys would be love. Um, um, and he tried to keep. I'll answer that in a few. Um,
We've called in the chopper. Moving Big Bear. Go, go! Go, get him out of here!
Bitch, I thought Avery died.
by a 0.8-second mic key from the Black Hawk.
This morning. So I guess I'm just a little confused about who these people are and how long they've been there and exactly what they're doing. I do think it's true that if you're going sort of around the government and making sweeping decisions like this, you are likely to hit some speed bumps. You are likely to run into some things that maybe you'll reconsider the next day, just as they did in this particular case. I will tell you, just as a broader political matter, I do think the American people are giving this administration pretty wide latitude to shrink the size of the federal government. In doing so with probationary employees, meaning they haven't been there that long at all, strike.
Bravo, bravo. Well done. Thanks to you all, I now have full ownership of this card house. And Mr. Chang is on a flight heading west.
Things are changing already.
Absolutely. What are you waiting on, Mr. Connors? If ever there was a celebration in need of champagne, the death of my uncle is it.
Well, very good. Very good.
Come on now. That might be the last bottle of French you get to open. The Trust has a vineyard up north. Stuff tastes like sparkling piss. But they let us put champagne on the label. Now, cheers.
Cheers. Well, I guess that's one of the many cost savings we can look forward to under your ownership.
All in the name of synergy, my dear. You just get me twice the profit from half the outlay, we'll get along fine. But that reminds me. Vincent.
Yes, sir.
We'll no longer require your services.
Huh?
Security is something we're more than capable of handling ourselves.
But...
Given your pass at the desk.
I see. Yes, sir. It was a privilege working with you fine people.
Thank you, Vincent.
Well, you all got a casino to run. Don't wait too long before putting my first check in the post. I hope to see you all on the tables.
Well, the joys of being American-owned. Well, it's not how I hoped things would turn out, but we're still running. Oh, and your condo's still worth something. At least. Well, I've got some work to do.
Very good. Good luck, old friend.
Strikes me as one good way to go about it, even if you occasionally trip into some mistake, like perhaps, I'm not saying they did, but perhaps they did on this particular agency.
I mean, one, the American people don't have much of a choice but to permit the latitude at this point in time. I mean, the American people certainly are powerful, but they're not one of the powerful branches outside of elections, number one. But Naira, on the other part, the reversals are kind of the point. I mean, if it's one thing to understand that prevention is better than cure, but you're talking about the prospect that there is confusion even among those who have been fired or let go. That could be Exhibit A for what Democrats have been warning and cautioning against. You know, Fast and Furious makes for a great action movie, but the reality of governance and national security means you don't want Homer Simpson at the end of the day sitting there looking at your nuclear weapon stockpile, right? You want to make sure that there's people who are there who understand what they're doing. And ostensibly, these positions were created anywhere from 50 to 300 because many people who work with nuclear security thought they were necessary. There's plenty of places to trim the fat in government, and I'd certainly start with, maybe the $8 billion that Elon Musk gets from contracts with the federal government. I mean, that kind of conflict of interest is there. There's plenty to do all over the government, but let's not start with the national security complex until people actually are in place who understand what they're doing. Well, that's a good question to pose, Scott. I understand that people, and you have said that you believe there's a mandate to disrupt the bureaucracy.
What is going on?
The first 100 days of an administration is just an arbitrary figure to me. But why do you think they are operating at warp speed? This is a 4-year administration. If you believe the voters have given latitude, what do you think is the motivation for the pace?
Well, number one, if I could just go back to something Naira said, before you start cutting all of Elon Musk's ties to the federal government, understand that we've asked him to rescue our 2 astronauts in outer space. So maybe don't take a meat axe to Elon's engagement with the feds until we get our astronauts home. Number one. Number two, the reason that they're moving fast is because momentum begets momentum. Trump created tremendous political momentum for this kind of change by winning the national popular vote and a real mandate in the Electoral College. He's created momentum by having a really good transition. And, of course, his first 3+ weeks in office, he's continued that. And so momentum begets momentum, and the polling is pretty clear. The American people like what he's doing. There were some focus group reports in Axios this morning. Swing state voters in Arizona were saying, yeah, we like the idea of cutting the federal government. We like the idea of what Trump is doing, and we're willing to give him some space to do it. So the reason you move fast is because you have a mandate to move fast and because it's the fulfillment of campaign promises. I think in Washington, it's all too common to talk big during a campaign, get into office, things slow down, things get on the back burner, and then 4 years later you say, well, gosh, sorry, we never got around to that. That's what Trump and Musk are doing this time. And I think the American people quite like a politician who's willing to keep their promises on day one instead of putting them off until, whoop, it's too late.
Well, Mayor, let's talk about the politicians. Before I want you to respond to that, but before we talk about the politicians, when Trump and Musk sat down for an interview with Fox News, there was one politician in that interview, the President of the United States. The other, of course, not. It's set to air on Tuesday, and I want to play for you a preview that Trump disputes rumors that there is any rift between himself and Elon Musk. Listen.
So what you looking for?
Actually, Elon called me. He said, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. They said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. And I say, it's just so obvious. They're so bad at it.
What's obvious to you from this joint appearance, Nara?
Yeah, it's damage control. And it's damage control for the fact that in the Oval Office, behind the Resolute desk, the President of the United States was not the one who was doing most of the speaking. And we've both worked in the White House, Scott and I, and we understand that it's usually not a good idea to upstage the President. So this was balancing the scales a little bit. It's not necessarily a Democrat or Republican thing. It was a broadly concerning thing covered by media and Congress alike, and wondering what's going on here with this special government advisor who apparently is doing quite a bit more than just bringing back 2 astronauts from space, who, by the way, are stuck because of the way orbit cycles work. I don't know that Elon Musk has managed to change gravity, but hey, we talk about him as a genius. Maybe that's what he's doing, is changing the gravity of Washington, D.C. and centering around himself instead of the president.
Somewhere Cynthia Erivo is singing Gravity from Wicked. Thank you, Mayor Scott Jennings, both of you. Stick around. I appreciate it. Still ahead, a new tactic in the legal fight against Doge. Lawyers now filing lawsuits against Elon Musk directly, naming him as the defendant for the first time. So what case are they making, and could it actually work? Jeffrey Toobin standing by on that and much more next. And later, one of the mysteries of the Potomac crash now answered, as we get a clearer picture of what happened inside the Black Hawk chopper seconds before impact.
Choose Advil liquid gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol rapid release gels. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain away.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Yes? How do you sleep at night? On a mattress from Mattress Firm. I sleep at the President's Day sale. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That is convenience for Chase.
If you take or have taken Humira for moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis and still have symptoms, you don't have to settle. Ask your gastroenterologist if switching to Rinvoq is right for you. It's one of the latest treatments from the makers of Humira. Rinvoq works differently than Humira and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can deliver rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission, and helps visibly reduce damage of the intestinal lining.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events. Infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take allergic or have an infection.
Rapid symptom relief and lasting steroid-free remission are possible with Rinvoq. Ask your gastroenterologist if switching to Rinvoq is right for you. You could pay as little as $0 per month.
Do your dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause of dry eye. Too much tear evaporation. For relief that's. Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. What does treating dry eye differently feel like? For relief that feels. Ask your eye doctor about prescription MyBo.
Wait a second. Some movie theater somewhere. Popcorn and someone really wants a soda. But soda's like something you drink on the weekends, and today's only Tuesday. Soda, please. Yeah, take your time. Mom, what if there were a better soda? Hey, I brought them up. There's a seal. Yeah, that was actually really easy. Black grass of sugar. Pass me one. Yeah, that's what's the voice.
Okay, we got 2 teams. Split up and hit your objectives. I'm setting up a healthy atmosphere of competitiveness. Here's that. Station team, you're going for the Bolingbroke Transit Station. Got the right uniforms, but there'll be no goods here if you turn up on foot or in civilian transportation. Get a hold of a cop car using any means necessary. Then you can go to the station, and I shouldn't even say this.
Two different decisions. This man and his efforts to slice and dice the government. First, the judge acted in place the temporary ban of stopping him first and go. Access to the Treasury Department's payment system. The later, a different judge in a different court declined to ban voters from any federal data. Judge Tanya Juckett, yes, that Judge Tanya Juckett, agreed there were concerns about how much access Joe had. But she was concerned they might get going. Functionally, why the workers of the government to a halt. Instead, Judge Chutkin gave the state that sued Joe until 5 p.m. tomorrow to file a limited request. These lawsuits could reveal a new legal strategy by Joe's doubters, who sued Elon Musk himself. Okay, now, former Assistant U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Taylor, and the author of the brand new book, The Politics of Presidential Mercy, which just came out this week. They're figured to see you at the first round and they're targeting not just Joe, but Musk directly arguing he has too much power, too much oversight. What do you think? Could this work in the prison?
You know, one of the things in our work that always matters is facts. What is actually happening, and for all of you who heard about Elon Musk, I think it is somewhat ambiguous what he is actually doing, and I think it's that's very. Is he giving advice to the president and other officials and executing his advice? In that case, I think he's going to have a lot of freedom. However, if he is actually himself, then I think there might be more for the courts to say he can't do that. And I think there needs to be actual fact-finding hearing, at least one, to determine what his role is, because I think that's where the legal remedy is.
I think you need it well. You know, you're very prescient in a lot of areas, including the timing of your new book, The Partner. you frame it around President Ford's decision to pardon President Nixon, I wonder what you believe Ford got wrong and what most Americans still seem to misunderstand about presidential pardoning power.
Well, the thing that I find so interesting about pardons is that they are an anomaly in our constitutional system. We are familiar with the concept of checks and balances, which is how much of the American government is set up. Pardons are different. Pardons are an absolute unilateral power of the president. There's nothing courts can do about pardons. There's nothing legislatures can do, and so for that reason, I think that pardons operate like an extra control. It's the what do you they decide to pardon or don't pardon. And with Ford, a man of a great deal of integrity, but not a lot of salary. And he was put up against his predecessor, Richard Nixon, who had a lot of savvy and a very conniving figure who managed, amazingly, to manipulate Ford into giving him a pardon, even though he was in disgrace out in San Clemente, California at the time. And the story of their characters determined what happened. It reveals how pardons have worked ever since, right up until today.
A really important book, really timely as well. Have been right how timely it would be given the breadth of pardons we're now seeing, and they're probably sure to continue. Jennifer Tubman, thank you so much for joining tonight. The book is called The Pardon, The Politics of Presidential Mercy. As federal workers grapple over President Trump's return to the office mandate, one of the most powerful men in the country is going scorched earth on work culture. We have one clear message from the diamond coming out. Plus, major news. Investigators reveal what was going on inside the Black Box and a critical message that may have gone unheard. Transmission was stepped on by a 0.8-second light from the black
See it? We're standing up for our right.
By sitting down.
Because we work hard. That's how we, the lazy, are taking back.
And lazy boyfriend.
Lazy Let's start with the eye chart.
What makes you think I can lead?
From an eye exam online.
Okay, good points. This is a quality comprehensive exam.
Again?
You asked me to talk on it for you.
Okay.
But it lives. It's amazing. Get 2 pairs of glasses and an eye exam starting at $89.95. Or 2 pairs of progressives on an exam for $159.95. America's best.
Starting strong. 2 is so many ways to save. My friend, wallet happy. That's $3.65.
Kate made progress over mental health, but her medication caused communication endurance, face, hands, and feet, cognitive dysfunction, or TD. So the doctor prescribed Stedo XL, a once-daily extended-release TD treatment for the ACC. Stedo XL significantly reduces TD, SL response as early as 2 weeks. Without Stedo XL, Canadians stay away from health.
Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed. Sudden changes in moving parts of the Don't take it when problems continue. Tetrabenazine or clonazine. Setting XR may cause a regular cholesterol. This can for fever, stiffness, and swelling, thinking, or sweating. This side effects include inflammation, some benefits,
Sleep Number Smart Bed is perfect for homes. It helps reduce snoring and tap, so you both get your best night's sleep. And now save 50% with a new Sleep Number limited edition smartphone. Shop a Sleep Number store near you. Friday nights, you bring your A game. Flirty walks, you bring your A game. Bring your A game when taking care of your sexual wellness and include Apertune, a prescription medicine used to reduce the risk of HIV. Apertune helps give you continuous protection when taken every other month, and it's proven superior to once daily PrEP in reducing the risk of HIV. You must be HIV negative to receive Apertune and get tested before each injection. If you think you are exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your doctor right away. More HIV testing may be needed. Apertune does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Try to stay for sex to reduce your risk. Get Apertune is scheduled. Missing doses increases your HIV risk. Don't take Apertune if allergic to it or taking certain medicines that may interact. Tell your doctor about your medical questions when you're balanced or mental health. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, liver problems, and depression. Easy, get medical help right away. The most common side effect is injection site reaction. You bring your A game to everything you do. Ask your doctor about Apertune. Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Pearl's Way. Take a look carefully, but there's a Pearl's Way is the best way.
Is it? I just want to know how I choose who invests up to me.
Exactly. I can invest in trade later.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Well, let's move on, Sally. No can do.
Get up here.
Where are you going?
Stop.
Approach to wealth management.
After careful review of medical guidance and research on pain relief, my recommendation is every home should have salon talk. Yet non-addictive, targeted, and long-lasting. I recommend salon talk. It's good medicine.
I'm Pete Montine at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
Just in tonight, accused killer Luigi Mangione has issued one of his first statements through his attorney's website. It reads, quote, I'm overwhelmed by and grateful for everyone who has written me to share their stories and express their support. Powerfully, this support has transcended political, racial, and even class divisions as mail-flooded MTCs across the country and around the globe. While it's impossible for me to reply to those letters, please know that I read every one that I receive. Thank you again to everyone who took the time to write. I look forward to hearing more in the future. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to murder and terror charges in the killing of United Health CEO Brian Thompson. His next court hearing is a week from today. Also new tonight, we're getting some answers into that deadly midair collision over the Potomac. 67 people were killed when a Black Hawk collided with an American Airlines jet. The NTSB now revealing an early analysis of the flight data and voice recorder on the helicopter indicates the pilot and her instructor read out two separate altitudes just before the crash. The radio altimeter also showed an altitude of 278 feet, confirming the helicopter was flying above its mandatory 200-foot ceiling. The crew was likely wearing night vision goggles throughout the flight. More worrying, pilots may have missed a key directive from air traffic control. But there's a caveat. The NTSB chair says this information is only preliminary, and they found, quote, inconsistencies in the data. I'm going to go right back to former Black Hawk pilot Elizabeth McCormick. Glad to have you here to help us make sense of the new information we're learning today. Of all of it, what do you think is the biggest factor that could have contributed to this horrible crash?
The discrepancy between the altimeters inside the cockpit from the pilot in command, which was the warrant officer instructor pilot, and the co-pilot, which was actually the captain. So I think that is going to be one of the key critical findings, which was why were they higher than they were supposed to be.
What could possibly explain that discrepancy?
So the barometric altimeter is based and changes based on the barometric pressure, which is why they're looking at the physical evidence of the helicopter, the pitot tube that brings air in. What could have caused a difference in that? And for each flight, it's set based on the barometric pressure of the day of that moment when you take off. So it is possible any changes in barometric pressure from the day before, they haven't been updated. That's one. It could be a calibration issue. this is all going to have to be closely investigated by NTSB and will be. And those investigators believe the helicopter pilots may not have heard the tower's command to pass behind the passenger jet, possibly because the pilots keyed their microphone to reach the tower at the same time. Is there any way to mitigate that, or is that just the worst of timing? That's bad timing, but they also did not catch an earlier. There were two calls that were missed that NTSB brought out in the briefing from the cockpit voice recorder. They did not catch they said that it did not show up in the recording, that the Black Hawk pilots did not hear air traffic control saying that there was a CRJ circling. That radio transmission was not received in the Black Hawk cockpit. And part of that is because they are on two different frequencies. The CRJ and the Black Hawk were on different frequencies with the tower and air traffic control.
Preliminary investigation still pending. We need more answers. Thank you for helping to unpack it all tonight. Ruben McCormick, always a pleasure. Up next, Jamie Dimon goes soft on the work from home Zoom culture.
Documents get to work from home probably work. I told a lot of people Friday that a guy didn't get a home.
Yeah, Dimon's last favorite viable branch that's now dividing the internet. Which side are you on? Plus, from first take, first term, is the Stephen A. Smith for President talk all just hype? Or might there be something there for Democrats? Scott Jennings and Mike Leone, talk it all. Next.
So I got news for you. Is back for another season. Roy Amanda Ruffin and Michael Ian Black are fighting and funny in the week's biggest hit. I'll give y'all there's something to talk about. That's it, what? And I got news for you tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
Ontario, Canada, the third largest government partner in the world. Export does it in over 17 states. That government partnership keeps millions of Americans working. We're here, right by your side.
Sounds like the lobs are mobilizing their troops. A wrecked bike is no good to us, people. Stay out in front of them.
Something yours every day. Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines bundled for $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T.
That's not just the savings that great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones, like the Motorola Edge with turbo power charging. Gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And 2 lines unlimited for just $30 a line.
T-Mobile has been such a save for us.
We love it.
A Sleep Number smart bed is perfect for couples. The Climate 360 smart bed is the only bed that cools once on each side, and all our smart beds adjust the firmness for each hip. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you.
To all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, thank you. Sir, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
Psoriatic arthritis symptoms can be unpredictable.
Monday, Joyce heard.
What sits on your skin?
I got Cosentyx. Feels good to boost.
Feel less joint pain, swelling, and disinfect pain and clear skin. Help stop further joint damage with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur, like tuberculosis or other serious bacterial, fungal, and viral infections. Some are fatal. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms like fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough. Had a vaccine or plan to, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions and severe eczema-like skin reactions may occur. What's the rule? Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
Eating healthy is hard, but now everything we eat is easy, delicious, and good for the whole family. How?
Hungry Root. Hungry Root delivers healthy groceries with easy 4-ingredient recipes, so you can have a healthy home-cooked meal in minutes. With Hungry Root, you save hours planning, shopping, and cooking. That's why 90% of customers report improved health with Hungry Root. Hungry Root. Healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life. Okay, ready? 4, 1, 2, and 3. Cute. Not so fast. What general's coming with you? Mom, you gave us regular car insurance and we'll look after you too.
Yep, with flexible payment options for all drivers.
Okay, but why is Sean coming too?
To show you how it's done. For a great low rate, go with the General. This is the World's News Network.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. But insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
Time to wrap up the week with hot topics, lighting the internet abuzz. Scott Jennings is back, along with the host of Can We Please Talk podcast, Mike Leon. Glad to have both of you here. Scott, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon delivering something of an ultimatum to his employees who are still working from home. Listen.
The people of you who don't want to work at the company, that's fine with me. I'm not mad at you. Don't be mad at me. It's a free country. You can walk with your feet, but this company's going to set our own standards and do it our own way. And I've had it with this kind of stuff. And, I come in, I've been working 7 days a goddamn week since COVID, and I come in and where's everybody else? Here and there, and the Zooms don't show up, and people sitting in get stuff. So that's not how you run a great company. We didn't build this great company by doing that.
I mean, from the White House to Wall Street, this is the conversation. Is working from home dead?
I don't think it's dead, but it's going away. And I think, look, Donald Trump won the election, and now every CEO in the country finally decided to grow a pair. I mean, people are taking back their companies. They're taking back our work culture and saying, show up for work and work with your team. And, I've been in a lot of different professional settings over the years. It always seems to work better when you get people together in the same room, collaborating and germinating ideas and fighting for the same mission. It's just, having done this with kids on Zoom and having also had some Zoom in part of my professional life, the in-person stuff is working. So God bless this rant, because I think a lot of company CEOs in America are thinking the same thing.
I say this, of course, all three of us are remotely talking to each other, and it seems to work okay. Mike, what's your response, though?
Well, first off, no better Valentine's present, right, than Scott Jennings and Laura Coates. That's my nightcap here. But the two things can be true at the same time, Laura. As Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, says, two things can be true at the same time. One, there's nothing like hearing from a multi-millionaire CEO, as his company made $58.5 billion in net income last year in 2024. Tell us about how we all need to get back in office. That's number one. But number two, and more importantly, is he is right. He's just delivering it wrong. As somebody who's worked in product and technology for over 15 years, it does make sense when product managers and engineers are in person, when departments line up their schedules to come in person. You don't have to do it every day, as we're proving evidence right now, but you do have to do some of it. So don't confuse remote work for hybrid work. He just delivered it wrong, and obviously he didn't know he was being reported.
Well, we'll see, because the AI saves some money, and not everyone has to be together all the time. But we'll see how it all ends up in the wash, as they say. I want to get to this story that's really interesting to me, especially legendary commentator Stephen A. Smith. He was asked whether or not, Mike, he would want to be president. Here's his response.
I have no interest in being a politician. I have no interest in running for office. But if people came to me and my money was right and I didn't have anything to worry about, and they said, Stephen A., we just want you to be in the White House, because that's the only office I would be interested in. I wouldn't be interested in being one of 100 senators. And I damn sure wouldn't be interested in being one of 435 congressional figures. But if you told me that I could be the president of the United States of America, I'm not going to sit up there and tell you that I would not strongly entertain that. Yes, I would.
Well, that's not really the offer that usually gets made, Mike, on this point. But I wonder, with Stephen A. Smith, is he valuable to Democrats?
Yeah, you know,
he's reading the book.
It's valuable. Well, hold on, Laura. Let me pontificate, if I may, do my Stephen A. Smith impression here for you, Laura Cook. You know, I was a producer at ESPN from 2010. You know, I was a producer at ESPN from 2010 to 2011. You know, I happen to know Stephen A. Smith. We know of each other. The problem I have with Stephen A. Smith right now, and this is something that Scott has tweeted about, it's that the Democratic Party didn't know how to use podcasters, particularly somebody like a Stephen A., right? Somebody that has a platform. They didn't know how to use them properly. Stephen A. needs to figure out if he's going to put the same intention that he did working at the Philadelphia Inquirer, covering sports for 25 years and using that journalism degree, if he's going to use that same intention when it comes to podcasting and doing interviews, because right now what he's doing is a semblance. He's giving hot takes to feed the algorithmic machine of YouTube so he can monetize. But then also, he's doing things like this where, yeah, I may run for office even though he considers himself a centrist. So he needs to pick a lane. But for right now, Stephen A. Smith, I'm going to get back to doing some reading.
Scott, what do you say? You don't have a problem. You can talk anyway.
Look, I think the coin of the realm in politics right now is authenticity. It's why Donald Trump largely burst onto the scene and, did away with all his primary opponents in 2016. It's how he beat Kamala Harris. It's the idea that you're not just reading someone's script, that you're actually authentically speaking your mind. And also what we learned from Donald Trump is that you can sort of create some elasticity in your party and in your political coalition. I mean, we got a party now that's got everybody from Mitch McConnell to RFK Jr. in it, with Donald Trump at the top of the whole thing. But authenticity buys you a lot of capital in politics, and I think that would be true for anybody who ran for president in either party. Democrats have a real problem with this. Stephen A. Smith comes out and presents as an authentic guy. I've wondered if they don't need to move away from the standard political types and get into something like this. I don't know if he's the right one, but that kind of a communicator who doesn't appear to be just reading the script that was handed him by a political consultant could be really, really interesting in a campaign.
I'm here for it. I'm interested in it. I'll watch it unfold. Real quick, I want to ask you both very quickly here, yes or no, if you were Donald Trump, would you be hanging your mugshot outside the Oval Office? Mike, what do you say?
Laura, it's 2025. Up is down, left is right. Hang up the mugshot. Don't hang up the mugshot. It doesn't matter. It's 2025. Hang it up.
12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
Ontario, Canada. Stable and secure. When the world around us isn't, you can rely on us for energy to power your growing economy. And for critical minerals crucial to new technologies. We're here, right by your side.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
Hey kid, it's pronounced Liberty. 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 Now she's mocking me. Very mature.
Hey, that's enough, you two.
Hey, I'm not the one acting like a total baby.
She's two.
Only baby. What do you need?
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz. Actually, it's a bit right? Uh-oh.
Yeah, Boblin's an investor, but I'm not.
And it's going to make you good.
That's an actual pharmacy specialist in taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all its life careers.
Ground control, we're on. Ground control. Make in their faces. Shoot at them. Shoot near them if you have to. Just try not to kill them. Mind you, we're being constructed. Here for shooters.
That's why it's going to be
Go downstairs and tomorrow I've got you special suppressors. Choose them wisely. Like I said, this is a big deal,
For millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal, try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
Sometimes you just need a moment. Self-care has never been this easy. With the gummy vitamins from Nature Made. The #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
It's only an allocation of one. That's good. It makes doing our taxes online so easy. There's also this AI tax assistant that helps every 2-year-old taxes online takes my life and get unlimited expert help for free.
When my hair started to thin, about 5.5 years ago, after I gave birth, my hair wasn't as thin, it was balding.
When I spoke to my dermatologist, he immediately pointed me in the direction of 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
Within 3 months, my hair was fuller, it's longer, it's so much thicker.
I had more scalp coverage. It was so nice to notice while my hair after having it for so many years.
Second hair growth team at recenthair.com.
Rock, paper, scissors for who's on dinner TV?
No, it's dry.
I'll get it. Need some help?
This ain't the movies.
This is entertainment. Reality.
Alright, so how about handle this?
This is
Traditional show, all news tonight on TBS. We are now.
Tonight's breaking news and the run-up to it is throwing a spotlight on Emil Goldberg, the Justice Department official whose name is at the bottom of the motion to dismiss corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams. He was well known before all of this for his role as a Trump criminal defense attorney. But as 360's Randy Kay reports, his story before all that was no less interesting.
Following January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol in 2021, Amy Beauvais helped track down and prosecute suspected rioters. At the time, Beauvais was helping lead the counterterrorism section in the U.S. Attorney's Office for New York's Southern District. A former colleague told CNN Beauvais was appalled at what was going on during the riot and was leaning in to fully support the FBI's efforts to investigate, locate, and arrest the subjects. In a stunning turn 4 years later, Beauvais is now acting Deputy Attorney General under President Trump. Beauvais had left the U.S. Attorney's Office and became a member of Trump's criminal defense team in 2021. In 2023, Beauvais teamed up with Trump's defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, in the hush money case. Trump was found guilty and is appealing the conviction. Now, Beauvais is leading a new Justice Department effort called the Weaponization Working Group. According to a memo Beauvais wrote, the FBI actively participated in what President Trump appropriately described as a grave national injustice by investigating the January 6th U.S. Capitol riot. Beauvais is expected to be named Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General in Trump's Justice Department. He's hardly waiting until that role to make an impact. This week, Emil Beauvais ordered federal prosecutors to drop federal corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Instead of the directive of Emil, so that case should be dropped.
The move to drop the case resulted in the resignation of acting U.S. Attorney for New York's Southern District, Danielle Sassoon, along with other top prosecutors. In her resignation letter, Sassoon made it all sound like some sort of quid pro quo, writing part. Beauvais proposes dismissing the charges against Adams in return for his assistance in enforcing the federal immigration laws. In accepting Sassoon's resignation, Beauvais responded with allegations that the SDNY weaponized the Justice Department under the last administration. In just his first week on the job, Reuters reports that Beauvais instructed federal prosecutors to investigate local officials who refused to assist federal immigration authorities, announced an investigation of a local sheriff in upstate New York over the alleged release of an immigrant living in the U.S. illegally, and traveled to Chicago to witness the arrest of at least one migrant. Beauvais has since ordered the firing of all prosecutors hired on a probationary basis to work on January 6th related cases.
The Deputy Attorney General is trying to demonstrate to everybody in the Department of Justice there's a new sheriff in town, and that's Donald Trump. And the Department of Justice is no longer has any independence at all. Executing the criminal law against Trump.
He served more than 9 years as Assistant U.S. Attorney in New York's Southern District and will now leave his mark in the nation's capital. Randy Kay, CNN, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Thanks to Randy for that report. With that as a backdrop, we're joined now by some political commentators Grant Finney and Sir Michael Singer. Great to see you both. You're enjoying this Valentine's Day. Sir Michael, it's tough to make the case that these prosecutors refuse to drop the case against Adams over partisan reasons. The Federalist Society lawyers, they have served the military, they clerk for conservative Supreme Court justices. Do you buy that as an argument that they refuse to drop over partisan?
I mean, I don't know why they refuse to drop, but I do have some issues with the allegation of the prosecutors all the time. They say, well, if you testify against this person, we'll drop the charges or lessen the charges. Or if you give up this bigger name of the person, we'll drop the charges or we'll lessen the charges. That happens all across the country, across America. I'm sure millions of Americans out there probably have experience with this. With that said, any allegation against Adams taking place, I think that's an ethical violation. It doesn't mean that the person continually faces years in prison. I don't necessarily think so. And I'm going to be honest. You see a lot of people in the city. They just don't happen to look like the mayor of New York City.
It is corrupt. I mean, already done. Have you seen that? Whatever. So that's the jury yet. But go ahead, look, a couple of things. Sure, people within his administration have already been convicted. And let's just go back and remember that this is a man who is already on the road for Republican, right popular in this city for a number of things. So he's already facing a tough re-election. And in the documentation, I was in a letter that says, he showed up and said, hey, you do this for me, I can do this for you. On top of the quote-unquote allegations around the ways in which he was engaging with the Turkish government and the ways in which he actually made Europe less safe because the Turkish government wanted a releasing of the rules, regulations with the fire department. They asked the mayor to help them. They got lots of fancy trips and lots of upgrades that were very efficient. No, there was a very long trail. I think we should remember this is a mayor, a very entrenched in politics who's already in trouble. So and show up and try to be a big deal.
This man is corrupt. That's an allegation. That's an
The reason that they're in this case is because of the evidence they can help us with immigration policy. You make the point that often prosecutors are putting the jack charges out. In the advent of a middle criminal prosecution, this isn't for another criminal prosecution. This is I disagree with that. It is for the benefit of the United States government. And the United States get all the time. If you service the government, then dismiss or lessen a charge. How is this any different? It's not for a criminal prosecution. It's better in the criminal prosecution of the prosecutor.
Let's put it this way. These career conservative lawyers were so hard at what they were being asked to do. They endangered their careers because this is a MAGA GOP right now, and decided to stand on principle, seven people, and quit. So you can be in fantasy land all you want, brother.
Fantasy land?
So,
Fantasy land am I in?
Who you felt? You're who felt. Well, they were shit. When did I have to say that? I haven't
the prosecutors quit. I could care less about this if you want to know my honest opinion about it.
Why do you think they...
I said I don't know. That's what I said.
Okay. You said I don't... Okay.
Yeah, let's get the language correct, Karen.
Do you think Kathy Hochul should remove Adams as mayor?
So I think the pressure is mounting on her. There's another process by which they could remove Adams, and that would involve some of the other citywide officials. But pressure's mounting on her. The pressure has been mounting, frankly, since the case was first brought. I suspect by the end of the weekend, either there will be a city process in place which involves the city comptroller and others, or the governor will be facing calls to remove him because, again, he's been on the books for a long time. There's a lot of shady stuff that's been going on. I know a number of people work at City Hall. So I'll just leave it at that.
There's an election coming up. Karen brought this up. A lot of the people of New York have decided they want to re-elect this man or choose someone else. Why should the governor get involved? And I'm actually a bit surprised that Democrats are saying anything about this. When Joe Biden pardoned his son, a bunch of members of his family, where were calls about constitutional crisis or this being appalling? Democrats said absolutely nothing. Secondarily, I'm also surprised again, and Karen, I know you said this isn't about race, but how many other politicians who are not black, and Eric Adams is more of my complexion than yours, do a lot of corrupt BS, and no one ever lifts the rug to question what they're doing. But here's this black man, the most powerful mayor in this country, and all of a sudden want to look at some trips? Give me a freaking break.
Okay, well, it's more than trips. It's about corruption.
Karen, Sir Michael, thank you both. Love is in the air on Valentine's Day. Appreciate the conversation as always.
Love it.
Next, Vice President J.D. Vance delivering a blistering message today for European allies. We also have more breaking news involving oversight of America's nuclear arsenal. Did the Trump administration fire some key employees without actually knowing what they're doing? Stay with me.
The I've news for you is Matt Oren on the season. Roy Woodfield, Amber Ruffin, and Michael Ian Black are finding it funny in the week's biggest story.
I'm going to give y'all 4 years of something to talk about.
That's a lot. The I've got news for you tomorrow morning on CNN.
So what are you thinking?
Thinking about our money. How about Africa? It's far hot air balloon rides, with elephants.
Great voice. Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning. Or put the money towards the down payment.
On a ranch.
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
I'm obsessed with Gain Super Flings, and I just had to find out what makes them smell so amazing. Turns out it's thanks to award-winning perfumers and laundry scientists. They supersized the fling and filled it with concentrated detergent. Then added 3 times the Febreze freshness and 4 times the Oxy cleaning power, which explains why I'm not the only one loving them. They have absolutely upped my laundry game. It smells so good. You've really got to smell this.
Let the conclave begin.
Why do I feel like a cow being crushed by the farmer?
The New York Times rates it's every cardinal for himself. It hands down the best picture of the year. AFI Airs rarely the film that endlessly entertains and is a stunning cinematic achievement.
I understand you put pictures to a film.
And now Conclave is nominated for 8 Academy Awards, including Best Picture of the Year.
That's really cool.
This year, have faith. Conclave rated PG.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hardware means old new thinking. Hardware to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working lockstep, puts you on path to your full potential. Old school, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
That's Rachel. I will help Sarah.
Undercover performance.
Welcome to the team. Exactly how much danger is this job putting me in?
Gotta get out of that.
What's somewhere else?
I know.
Yeah, this again.
Every so often.
Since you're new to H&R Block, we'll go through your tax returns for the past 3 years for any money your last guy might have missed.
You get money back from the last 3 years?
This one time, I scored a client.
Now that's a slam dunk.
Since H&R Block, negative for a second look.
Today is the beginning of something big. A change in how you manage your weight, thicker, fuller hair, and control over your anxiety and depression. It starts with small steps. A top at forhers.com.
critical rituals of the Northern Front coming together to make big changes. Your partners giving you access to personalized treatment plans for weight loss, hair loss, anxiety, and more. Connect with a licensed medical provider today. Get started at forhers.com.
Let's do something easy for dinner. We've got pickleball.
This is something easy. And you don't even eat pickles. Dinner is served.
Closed captioning brought to you by Guild. Visit Guild.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Guild has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, for every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Guild.com today.
At the White House this afternoon, the president again refused to assign any blame to Russia for its invasion of Ukraine.
Who do you blame for the war, Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I think that there were a lot of people to blame. All I can say is very simply, if I were president, that war would never have happened.
Now, just yesterday, the president appeared to blame Ukraine for wanting to join NATO for Russia's invasion, while also not saying what Moscow should give up to end the fighting. Meantime, European allies were hoping for clarity today on what would happen in Ukraine when Vice President J.D. Vance spoke at the Munich Security Conference. Instead, Vance berated him. And we learned that shortly after that, he met with Vidya, the leader of Germany's far-right party. According to a spokesperson, they talked about German domestic politics and the Ukraine war. It was a busy day in Munich. Our Chris Brown reported there and joined us tonight. He spoke at the Munich Security Conference and his remarks are being scrutinized. I want to play a portion of what he said and get your reaction. Let's listen.
The threat that I worry about now vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not India, it's not and what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values shared with the United States of America.
The Vice President went on to criticize Europe's commitment to democratic elections and freedom of speech, but Russia is continuing to recruit soldiers and manufacture weapons and ammo at a very rapid pace. Do you think anyone in Europe shares his view?
You see, the reaction from the European governments was very strong. They really had expected to hear from the Vice President, the second in command to the President, more about plans for the Russia, Ukraine, and ending the war, as President Trump said. Instead, they got a real scolding. They got a lecture in their work. The German defense minister called it unacceptable. A Spanish delegate called it indecent. And they were very, very strong. They described it as, instead of taking the security defense portfolio, they felt that that was just going to the ideological, political, cultural war footing.
Yeah. You got a chance to speak with NATO Secretary General, and I want to play a short but very important moment from that conversation. Let's listen.
My worry is that we are now already negotiating with Putin without having Putin yet on the table.
This is an objection we've been hearing for the past few days, that by saying Ukraine will not join NATO, or that it's unrealistic for Ukraine to expect a return to its pre-2014 borders, but the United States is taking these things off the table before negotiations with Putin even begin, essentially giving the Kremlin concessions in return for nothing. Is it clear to you why the Trump administration is doing it?
It's not clear to me, only that you know that the Trump administration has had this idea about this war ever since Trump was president in the first term. They buy the Putin logic, and many other people who actually think, on a certain side of the Democratic divide, that Russia was tempted by the move of the United States and NATO further and further east. This, of course, is not, in fact, what exactly happened and not why the war happened. The real issue is that Russia does not want a sovereign and independent Ukraine. It really still has out there Putin's desires to see essentially a Ukrainian surrender. It wants to take over quite a lot of the land, not only that it occupies, but land that hasn't even fallen yet. It wants Ukraine to demilitarize.
You have an upcoming interview with Ukrainian President Zelensky, and he recently said that he asked President Trump, quote, to not make any decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine. Trump is clearly determined to make some sort of deal to end the war, or at least to secure a ceasefire. Does Zelensky have leverage? What kind of leverage could he have to ensure that Ukraine isn't forced into some kind of deal that would allow Russia to simply restart its efforts in a few years?
This is a very, very important point because that stunned everybody. The readout from President Trump of his calls with President Putin stunned everybody. Europe is not in this. Ukraine is not in this because the consensus over the 3 years of the war is that nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And Ukraine now, for those who said she had a meeting with Secretary of Vidya, Vice President Vance today here, and really put that message across because that is coming across now loud and clear. The Europeans are saying that as well. You were allowed to bear the burden. Much more on the defense of Europe. We'll do it, but you can't do it either. We have to be part of whatever solution is going to happen.
Chris Board from Munich tonight. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Boris.
Now let's see what Americans think of all of this. CNN senior data reporter Harry Ensign joins us now. Harry, great to see you as always. Walk us through the support for the war in Ukraine has changed over the years among Americans.
Yeah, I mean, look, remember when the war started back in 2022, early of 2022? There was so much support for Ukraine in the United States. There was, there were flags in the yard. You couldn't really do anything wrong in the American lines if you were in Ukraine. Look, the U.S. support for Ukraine is too much in the war against Russia. Back in February of 2022, it was 7%. Look how that number is skyrocketed up to 41% now in February of 2025. And among Republicans, it's the vast, clear majority of Republicans who feel that U.S. support for Ukraine is too much. So you can feel that domestic pressure, that domestic base, that Republican base on J.D. Vance's side and the president's side as well, arguing that, Russia and Ukraine have to come together.
What about President Zelensky? Do Americans believe that Ukraine's president is doing the right thing with this war?
Yeah, this to me is one of the most fascinating stats. Right? I remember, Zelensky visiting the United States back in 2022. There was just a lot of support from the Congress and President Biden. But take a look here. President Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Back in 2022 among Americans, it was 72%. Look at where that number absolutely tumbled. Less than a majority now in 2024, down to 48%. The percentage of Republicans who are not confident, it's the clear majority of Republicans again. So these numbers are really being driven by Republicans, and so it isn't much of a surprise that you see Republicans like J.D. Vance going overseas and saying what they're saying.
Do the numbers support the idea that Americans want the war to end?
Yeah, if there's one thing that Americans agree upon, it's a negotiated peace. Look at this. 78% of Americans want a Russia-Ukraine negotiated peace deal. Just 16% opposed. You really get 78% of Americans who can come together on anything, but they come together on the idea that Russia and Ukraine should have a negotiated peace deal for us.
Harry Ensign, always great seeing you.
Great seeing you, my friend.
Up next, more breaking news. The firing of more than 300 people overseeing the nation's nuclear weapons without apparently knowing what these people actually do. Later, new reporting on what may have caused one of the two massive fires in Los Angeles County. We'll be back after a quick break.
Dr. Box, there were many failed attempts to fix my teeth. I retouched all my wedding photos, and it was even affecting my health. I trusted you because you specialize in dental implants. You created a permanent solution and customized my teeth so it still felt like me. My new teeth have improved my life and changed my future. Thank you. You're so welcome.
Finance the smile you want for as low as $148 a month per arch. Schedule a free consultation.
How do you sleep at night? On a mattress from Mattress Firm. So I sleep.
At the President's Day sale, save up to $700 on Sealy. Get matched at Mattress Firm, sleep at night.
Advil Targeted Relief. The only topical pain reliever with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact to target tough pain at the source for up to 8 hours of powerful relief. Advil Targeted Relief.
A lot of hot women away from home, acting all anonymous. I just don't understand why you wouldn't hook up with me.
because you're soulless. That's the perfect week for a flea. She's an agent actress. It's pathetic. Actresses are all basically prostitutes. Am I right?
It's halftime. Time to open the fridge.
This is a fridge.
The cabinets and the pantry.
This is a great place for storing all your expired food.
Selling your home to Open Door is so easy. You can do it during halftime.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some taking Rinvoq felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events. Infection, had B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you stay.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering what should we do.
I'm taking a PY power now.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs for the next anything.
Introducing new Roxon Gel, the first FDA-cleared ED treatment available without a prescription. Roxon Gel is clinically proven to work within 10 minutes, so you and your partner can experience the heights of intimacy. New Roxon ED Treatment Gel.
Have another pancake.
From full house to empty nest to free birds. Vanguard.
We got this.
50 years of helping you invest for every chapter.
For more than a decade, Forsica has been trusted again and again and again. Ask your doctor about Forsica.
Are my 5 morning alarms a metaphor for everything else I'm putting on, like my laundry or my 768 unread texts?
I'm just your dermatologist.
769.
Try Hydro Boost.
Neutrogena. Weightless hydration that goes deep.
More breaking news tonight, this time involving mass firings, the nation's nuclear stockpile, and the people doing the firing apparently not understanding just who they were letting go. It's a mess. CNN's Renee Marsh is here to help us make sense of it. Renee, who are these employees? Why were they fired?
Well, Boris, more than 300 staffers at the National Nuclear Security Administration, which is the agency tasked with managing the nation's nuclear stockpile, were dismissed on Thursday night as part of a broader layoff at the Department of Energy. Now, these employees are employees with a mission that is critical to the nation's national security. And some of the employees included staff on the ground at facilities overseeing contractors who build nuclear weapons, and they're charged with inspecting those weapons. Now, the termination notices also went to employees at NNSA headquarters who write requirements and guidelines for the contractors building nuclear weapons. Now, sources tell CNN that members of Congress expressed great concern when they learned about this, so much so that senators visited Energy Secretary Chris Wright to express those concerns about the cuts. One source telling CNN that Congress is freaking out because it appears DOE didn't really realize that NNSA oversees the nuclear stockpile. So, Boris, tonight, the agency is in the process of sending emails to impacted employees, rescinding their layoff status.
Renee, has DOE responded to these firings?
Well, the Energy Department, a spokesperson, disputed the number of affected employees, telling CNN that less than 50 people were dismissed from NNSA. And they also went on to say that those individuals primarily held administrative and clerical roles. Now, 50 may be the final number once the emails rescinding terminations go out, but it is our reporting that that was not the number that triggered the panic on Capitol Hill for us.
Yeah, and those folks may decide not to go back to those jobs. Renee Marsh, thank you so much for that breaking news. The LA wildfires, we have some new information about how some people there suspect that one of the worst of them started in a unique way. And we're going to bring you what the response was to those allegations.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is a clinically proven arthritis pain relief gel which penetrates deep to target the source of pain with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine directly at the source. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I didn't take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
You know those fat Hoka sneakers? Nice shoes, but the price? Not as nice. However, Skechers Max Cushioning are just as fabulous at a price that blows them away. Insane comfort and cushioning, including hands-free Skechers Lippet. Try Skechers Max Cushioning.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
It's pronounced Liberty. Liberty. Nice try, kid. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Yeah, one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Right on time.
Stay in the know from your dock to their door.
A Sleep Number smart bed is perfect for couples. The Climate 360 smart bed is the only bed that cools and warms on each side, and all our smart beds adjust the firmness for each of you. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you.
Ontario, Canada, your third largest trading partner and number one export destination for 17 states.
Our economic partnership keeps millions of Americans working. We're here, right by your side.
Want a next level clean? Switch with the Whoa of Listerine. It kills 99.9% of bad breath germs for 5 times more cleaning power than brushing and flossing alone. Get a next level clean with Listerine. Feel the Whoa.
To all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, thank you. Servpro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
Eating healthy is hard, but now everything we eat is easy, delicious, and good for the whole family. How? Hungry Root. Hungry Root delivers healthy groceries with easy 4-ingredient recipes, so you can have a healthy home-cooked meal in minutes. With Hungry Root, you save hours planning, shopping, and cooking. That's why 90% of customers report improved health with Hungry Root. Hungry Root. Healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
The Eat, Drink, and Play combo for just $19.99 from Dave & Buster's isn't playing around. Except for the fact that it involves a lot of playing around. $10 worth of gameplay to be specific. One mouth-watering entree. Plus a refreshing beverage. All for just $19.99? Yeah, that plays. The Eat, Drink, and Play combo for just $19.99. Only available at Dave & Buster's.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta in Atlanta, and this is CNN.
A terrifying moment to share with you out of Malibu, California, where heavy rains triggered massive mudslides.
Hey, you all right? Get out! Get out! You all right? Was he in the...
That is an LA County firefighter climbing over that fence yesterday. He's lucky to have suffered only minor injuries after the truck he was driving was swept into the Pacific Ocean. See it there. Meantime, the investigations into last month's wildfires are still underway, but some people are convinced they know the culprit behind one of the biggest, the Eaton fire. Veronica Miracle has that story.
1 month after the Eaton fire tore through Altadena, all across Los Angeles are people like Dorna Cazzini.
All of this is donations. All of this is donations.
Living in an Airbnb and lucky enough to have survived the deadly fire, but at the cost of everything she owned.
This is the avocado tree, and then you come down and over here is the barn.
Her house now looks like this.
I've just never, ever seen such a landscape of devastation.
Cazzini is one of many Altadena residents now suing Southern California Edison, the main electric company in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I guess I just want somebody to be accountable.
Ali Mokadas, a partner at Edelson PC and Cazzini's attorney, says his firm has now spoken to thousands of people who lost their homes.
They're scared. Top of their mind is, how am I going to afford this? They want to hold Southern California Edison accountable.
What exactly caused the fire that killed 17 people and destroyed or damaged 10,000 structures is still under investigation. But according to Mokadas, there's mounting evidence that suggests Southern California Edison's equipment sparked the blaze.
People that have been flooding us with videos, with photographs. And it's pretty tough for SCE to dispute videos of their equipment arcing. Subsequent fire breaking out at the base of their tower.
Arcing happens when electricity jumps from one point to another through the air, often creating a flash, and can generate significant heat. That's what's seen here on surveillance video from a gas station in Altadena, Mokadas' firm claims, pointing to flashes of light near transmission towers owned by Edison. At the exact same moment, electrical sensors in homes across part of the U.S. recorded a massive disruption.
We looked at the data and we were like, oh my gosh, something very substantial happened here.
Bob Marshall is CEO of Whisker Labs. His company makes household devices to detect electrical problems. The night of the fire, the network detected electrical circuit malfunctions, also known as faults, in Eaton Canyon.
They coincide in time with the flash of light that you see on that Arco gas station camera. And what happened is there's a giant release of energy that actually propagated across the entire Western electric grid.
Well, whether or not it was the cause of the fire, something happened.
Now, I want to be clear, we cannot say, and are not saying, that the faults that we detected were the source of the fire. What we can say with 100% certainty is that there were very large electrical grid faults in the area at the time, and exactly at the time that the flashes of light occurred on the camera.
In their newest complaint, lawyers from Edelson are turning their focus to this small tower, which they say was decommissioned decades ago. SCE says it's not decommissioned, but has been idle since 1971. What are your experts finding at the base of the tower, all around it?
One of the things that they've been looking for are physical marks, and we call them arc marks, on the conductors that show that there was actually an explosion that occurred here.
This is a claim SCE disputes. A spokesperson says the idle tower has no obvious signs of arcing on the base of the tower. New video that has only recently surfaced shows the clearest view yet of what appears to be a fire erupting at the base of that small tower.
So we know now that this fire occurred because of that decommissioned tower. The only question is, why did it happen?
SCE also disputes this. In the days after the fire, Southern California Edison repeatedly claimed that there was no evidence to suggest their equipment caused it. They've since walked that statement back. In a pre-recorded video statement last week, Pedro Pizarro, the president and CEO of Edison International, said SCE is exploring the possibility that its equipment was involved, but stopped short of taking the blame.
SCE has not seen the kinds of things that are typical when electrical equipment starts a fire.
We're getting the same playbook from Southern California Edison, making us go into court and demand that they preserve evidence, making us go into court and demand that they produce data to us.
As the legal process gets underway, Cazzini faces the reality of rebuilding what was lost. For her, holding who she believes is accountable is about preventing the next Eaton fire.
Maybe they will be more aware of their responsibilities towards the human beings who count on them.
Boris, last week, Southern California Edison published a regulatory filing that they made to the California Public Utilities Commission. And in that filing, they said that on January 19th, they re-energized all 4 of the lines in question, saw a flash of white lights, and then de-energized the lines. Well, now, Edelson PC, the law firm that was featured in this story, is saying that by doing so, by re-energizing those lines, SCE has irreparably altered potential evidence in this case, and they're now asking a judge to sanction SCE and its lawyers. We spoke to SCE. They said that these allegations are absurd and that they have and will continue to preserve evidence. Boris?
Veronica Miracle, thank you so much for that report. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We have a quick programming note before we hand things over. This weekend, be sure to tune in for the new CNN original series, Lockerbie, the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103, a fresh look at the mysterious circumstances behind the deadliest terror attack on the United States until 9/11. The first 2 episodes premiere this Sunday at 9, only on CNN. The news continues right here on CNN.
Out front next, breaking news. Vance's extreme one-on-one, the vice president meeting with the leader of a far-right party leader in Germany, a party whose members have been convicted of using Nazi rhetoric. Also breaking disruption and disorder inside the Justice Department. A 7th prosecutor quitting over the DOJ demands to drop the case against New York City's mayor. And an out front exclusive tonight. The man swallowed by a whale and spat back out. All of it caught on tape. He is alive to tell the story. He is our guest tonight. Let's go out front. He is our guest tonight. Let's go out front. And good evening. I'm Erin Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. Alarm bells going off among America's closest allies after Vice President J.D. Vance gave an extensive FaceTime meeting to the leader of an extreme far-right party in Germany, a party which includes members who have been convicted of using Nazi rhetoric. Now, Vance did not meet with Germany's actual leader, Chancellor Olaf Scholz, instead choosing to elevate Alice Weidel, leader of the anti-immigrant party called AFD. He chose to meet with her instead. Our producer there, Claudia Otto, confirmed some details of this meeting, including that it lasted 30 full minutes. It comes just weeks after Elon Musk addressed the AFD party convention, sending shockwaves throughout Europe, as Musk told the party not to be ashamed of Germany's past.
I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that.
German Chancellor Scholz, in an incredible moment after that, slammed Musk's decision to the right party's main candidate. He said this to our Fred Pleitgen.
What is new is that he is intervening in favor of right-wing politicians all over Europe. And this is really disgusting.
Well, Musk is not alone now because J.D. Vance had that meeting today. We are told that 30-minute sit-down, again, that he did with the far-right party when he did not meet with the leader of Germany, covered a wide range of topics. A reporter on the ground saying that included the war in Ukraine. It included Germany's most pressing domestic issues, which almost certainly included immigration, which has been the center of Alice Weidel's campaign.
What would you do if you became the chancellor immediately?
Closing our borders, controlling them, and then sending out all the illegals.
It certainly sounds in lockstep with President Trump. And the context is important here. Over the past few years, Germany has taken in millions of refugees, mostly from Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And the AFD wants them out. And if you listen to one of their rallies, it does sound strikingly familiar to Americans.
Und wir wollen das Recht und Ordnung.
We want law and order. We need cheap energy. The next step will therefore be to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. No financial aid to Ukraine.
A campaign speech that, could have been exactly what Trump would say if you substituted her for him on that stage. And that may be why Trump, Vance, Musk are fans. But Vance is now blaming the media for the reporting on AFD and its platform, writing, quote, American media slanders AFD as Nazi-like, but AFD is most popular in the same areas of Germany that were most resistant to the Nazis. Well, geography is not everything, but here are some facts. One of the group's high-profile leaders was convicted for a second time last year for using a known Nazi slogan at a political event. A court also found a youth group that falls under the AFD umbrella of engaging in, quote, massive anti-foreigner and in particular anti-Islam and anti-Muslim agitation. And according to Germany's intelligence agency, the group is likely to adopt, quote, non-peaceful behavior towards people perceived as foreign. Well, those concerns are why tens of thousands of protesters just gathered in Berlin. Their message was to keep up the, quote, firewall against the far right of Germany. Now, we mentioned that word firewall because it's about to be extremely important. It's a term right now used in German politics as a euphemism for stopping the anti-immigrant far-right party AFD. And today, while slamming America's European allies, J.D. Vance used that exact same word, clearly taking a stand for the AFD.
Democracy rests on the sacred principle that the voice of the people matters. There's no room for firewalls.
Tonight, Trump praising Vance's speech. Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz responding immediately online with this, quote, the Democratic parties in Germany have a common consensus. This is the firewall against extreme right-wing parties. And Fred Pleitgen is out front. Fred, you have covered this party. You've interviewed the same leader the Vance met with. Obviously, you spoke to the German Chancellor when he made those incredible comments about Elon Musk's appearance before that group. What more do you know about the meeting today between Vance and the leader of the AFD?
Well, I know the AFD is absolutely elated about this meeting. Elise Weidel, according to German media, actually traveled to Munich specifically for that meeting. She's not doing anything else at the Munich Security Conference. We know, as you mentioned, that the meeting lasted 30 minutes, that it happened in the hotel that J.D. Vance is staying in, that it involved J.D. Vance, two of his advisors, Elise Weidel, the head of the AFD, and her press secretary as well. And as you mentioned, the two topics that the AFD said were left, right, and center in this meeting is the war in Ukraine, where, of course, the AFD does have a very similar position to Russia, for instance, as far as support for Ukraine or non-support for Ukraine is concerned. Now, they then said that they did talk about domestic political issues in Germany and that the firewall that you just mentioned certainly was one of the main topics. The AFD, Aaron, right now is in a full court press against a lot of the other German parties, telling them you need to include us in any government. What J.D. Vance said on the stage today is something that German politicians have heard from the AFD in the past as well. And of course, having J.D. Vance in their corner is something that they believe gives them a great deal of legitimacy throughout the better part of the day. And after the Munich Security Conference, after J.D. Vance spoke there, she's fired off a flurry of tweets, of posts on her X account, saying that J.D. Vance is a great politician, that his speech was excellent, but also saying that the Trump administration has acknowledged that only with the AFD can there be a return to a regular immigration policy in Germany. So that, once again, linking the Trump administration to the AFD, especially as far as immigration concerned, is definitely a big thing for the AFD. One final thing, Aaron. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have almost hero-like status in the AFD. If you go to their party conventions, you go to their campaign events, you do find Donald Trump books, you find shirts and the like there as well, Aaron.
All right, Fred Pleitgen, thank you very much. You've done such extensive coverage on that tonight. Thank you, Fred. And I want to go to Leon Panetta now, former Defense Secretary, CIA Director, who has served under both Republican and Democratic presidents. So, Secretary Panetta, when you hear all of this, Vice President Vance meeting with the leader of the far-right German AFD today for 30 minutes, did not meet with Olaf Scholz. That party, we went through some of the things that stand out. Members that have been convicted for using Nazi rhetoric, a court finding that youth group involved with the party engaged in massive anti-foreign agitation. The message here, Secretary, appears to be loud and clear.
Well, it certainly is concerning. Having been to the Munich conference a number of times, usually when a vice president or a president goes to the Munich conference, he discusses the importance of security between the United States and our European allies in order to make sure that tyrants like Putin don't take advantage of Europe. Even if Vance had gone there and criticized our European friends for perhaps not investing enough in defense, I think that's a legitimate criticism. But to get involved in their internal politics, particularly where it involves a very right-wing group, and we're talking about a Europe that, with the United States, fought World War II in order to stop Nazism from controlling Europe. I just think it's not a good idea for the United States to suddenly inject itself into that discussion. That's up to Germany to decide how to handle it. They know what Nazism is about. Let them decide how to deal with this issue.
The use of the word firewall, of course, was used so specifically again and again today, Secretary, including by J.D. Vance. When President Trump commented on Vance's speech, which talked about a very different view of Europe, he called it brilliant. He said that Europe, quote, has to be careful. Has to be careful. What did you hear?
I find it difficult to try to urge European countries to somehow allow that kind of extremism to exist within their boundaries. I mean, if a European leader had come to the United States and said to us that we have to improve our relationship with the Ku Klux Klan, I'd tell him to go to hell. And so I just don't think that we have to get involved in countries that are trying to protect themselves from extremism that might lead to another confrontation or another war that we saw in World War II. That is something, frankly, we should avoid.
Secretary, I mean, it's deeply concerning. And, we also had played a clip there. Elon Musk had addressed that same far-right group, very recently, before J.D. Vance. And we are continuing to see how much influence Musk has in this administration. Yesterday, he met with the Indian Prime Minister Modi, along with Musk's family. And we know when Trump was asked about, well, what did Musk and Modi talk about? His answer was quite direct. He said, well, I assume he wants to do business in India. He's got a lot of companies there, and Musk does, with Tesla, Starlink, space research. Secretary, do you see any issues with Musk meeting with Modi and other world leaders and taking on the role that he so far has?
Well, I get very nervous about people that don't have a portfolio or don't have a credential going out and representing the United States when they haven't been confirmed by the United States Senate in their position or don't really have an official position per se. So it's unusual. Now, I understand the relationship. I understand that Elon Musk is a bright guy and could probably give you some pretty good advice on a number of issues. But I think for the administration's sake that they've got to be able to make sure that everybody is coming together on the same message with regards to what's going to be delivered to our allies or our friends abroad. And I'm getting the impression that there are a lot of loose cannons right now involved in deciding what our policy is really about.
Secretary Panetta, I'm grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have breaking news. The U.S. Justice Department, an update here. The disarray continues. A 7th prosecutor resigns after refusing to dismiss the crucial New York City Mayor Eric Adams' corruption case. And we are now learning that the DOJ under Trump is getting what it wants. Wait till you hear what has just happened. Plus, missing in action. Elon Musk promised to provide a detailed list of the savings he's racked up by today. As of now, 7:13 Eastern, the list is still MIA. And an Outfront exclusive, I'm going to speak to the kayaker who was swallowed and then spit out by a whale. What happened when he was inside the mouth of that whale? Well, he's going to tell you.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
A Sleep Number smart bed is perfect for couples. It helps reduce snoring with a tap, so you both get your best night's sleep. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you.
You'll be back. Evo can't help people customize and save at Liberty Mutual.
Lovely. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Choose Advil liquid gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol rapid-release gels. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain away.
For more than a decade, Forsythia has been trusted again and again and again. Ask your doctor about Forsythia.
Ontario, Canada. Stable and secure. When the world around us isn't, you can rely on us for energy to power your growing economy and for critical minerals crucial to new technologies. We're here, right by your side.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a... Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me, too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
I feel like new sunglasses, like brand new pair of jeans. I feel like taking chances. I feel like brand new.
When Caroline has a cough, she takes Robitussin, so she can have those one-on-ones again.
Hey, Jen, can you speak on Powerful Friday?
Well, sure. What's up? Get fast, powerful cough relief with Robitussin and find your voice.
I've got something I want to tell you.
Yeah, you try to.
The best deals since Black Friday are coming your way. Wayfair's President's Day clearance is here. Shop now and get up to 70% off end of season savings. I strip with strangers.
Reef Bright strips have spring-load bends that open and removes instantly relieving nasal congestion, so every breath feels
Super Bowl weekend is wild, but your hangovers don't have to be.
Our hangover reviews will get you back to the game plan.
Hydrated, energized, ready to go again. There's no need to spend the whole schedule.
Podcast Fitness. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news, prosecutors formally asked to dismiss the federal corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Their 7 officials quit rather than cave to Trump's demands and the case. Acting Attorney General Kamal Bove convened a meeting with the remaining prosecutors on the case today, and he told them, just find one person to file the official dismissal or else. Well, the lead prosecutor, Hagan Scott, was the latest to say no way and to quit, writing in a scathing letter, which it is worth printing and reading yourself. But one of the most important lines was this one. He said, any assistant U.S. attorney would know that our laws and traditions do not allow even the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials in this way. If no lawyer within earshot of the president is willing to give him that advice, then I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion. But it was never going to be me. Trump was asked about the resignations today. He said this.
if they had a problem. And these are mostly people from the previous administration, you understand, so they weren't going to be there anyway. They were going to all be gone. If not, because what you do is you come in and you put new people in. So when you say resign, they're going to be gone anyway.
Well, that's not exactly true. I mean, the acting U.S. Attorney, Danielle Sassoon, remember we talked about her last night for the Southern District of New York, who quit yesterday over this demand. She was actually put in her position by Trump, by the Trump administration. She just put in it by, and she clerked for the very conservative late Justice Scalia, was a member of the Federalist Society. Quantifies and conservatism are very strong. Scott, and I just mentioned, who quit today, clerked for the Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice John Roberts, and for Brett Kavanaugh before he was appointed to the Supreme Court. Not exactly a liberal either. And it's also worth noting that Scott has an incredibly successful career. He was awarded 2 Bronze Stars as a troop commander in Iraq. Harris Cannell is out front in New York City tonight. So, Karen, here we are. You had another prosecutor resigning, saying only a fool or a coward would do it. The biggest mass resignation since Nixon. And yet here tonight, the breaking news is somebody actually signed it to dismiss the case. So what happened?
Yeah, Erin, we've got 3 signatures on this document, but it was really unclear heading into this morning if we were going to end up exactly where we are right now. And what we know from our sources is that Emil Bovee, the Deputy Attorney General, had convened a meeting with the members of the Public Integrity Section in Washington, D.C. Now, these are, not including the 5 that resigned yesterday and protesting.
That doesn't even look like
their signatures on this document.
Like at
so
all. What kind
he
of
convened a meeting with them, and he said he needed at least one career prosecutor who was willing to sign their name. There was no overt threat in that meeting, although sources tell us that everyone was cognizant that the people who did
needs to electrify quickly.
Hello, wherever you are in the world. You are now in the CNN newsroom with me, Ben Hunt, in Atlanta, and it is so good to have you with me. Coming up,
Girl, he's new.
we are just hours away from the next hostage release after the Israel-Hamas ceasefire nearly derailed earlier this week. The US Vice President draws harsh criticism after he accuses European leaders of failing democracy by not listening to their people. And talk about a big oops. Trump lays off reportedly it has targeted the men and women tasked with managing the US nuclear stockpile. We're beginning with new developments in Gaza. In a matter of hours, Hamas refused to release 3 Israelis held hostage since the October 7th attacks. In exchange, Israel is to release 369 Palestinians its holding prisoner. This is a live look at Khan Yunis in Gaza, where the hostage release may happen. CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson has more from Trump's report.
So all 3 of them from kibbutz near Oz, very close to Gaza. When it was overrun October the 7th, near Oz had the highest number of hostages of any kibbutz taken. Over 70 were taken hostage. So these 3 are big relief for the community, a big relief for their families. Israeli-American Sagi Yakovchen, 36 years old. His wife Avital has given birth to their 3rd daughter while he was in captivity. And she posted this picture on Instagram with their 3 daughters saying, letting everyone know Dad is coming home. So that real sense of elation as the families are getting the names. They didn't know. In the morning on Friday, they did not know if their loved ones were being released. Now they're beginning to know. The other person being released is Russian-Israeli Sasha or Alexander Trufanov. He's 29 years old. His father was killed October the 7th. His grandmother, his mother, his girlfriend were taken captive as well, taken into Gaza on October the 7th. They were released in that prisoner release ceasefire deal back in November 2023. And the other hostage being released, the 46-year-old Argentinian Israeli, Yair Horn, his brother Idan is still being held prisoner inside of Gaza. But for those 3 families, a real sense that the pain of waiting is hopefully going to come to an end. A fragile ceasefire this week to get to this moment. And as we understand, there will be 369 Palestinians released, 333 3 of them picked up, taken into detention in Gaza. They will be released, as well as 36 Palestinian prisoners serving life sentences in Israeli jails. They too will be released, although we understand 24 of them will be deported, will not be allowed to remain, and they will be expected to go either to Gaza, be expelled either to Gaza or to Egypt. But it has been very fragile to get to this moment this week. The tensions earlier in the week, Hamas saying that the conditions of the agreement weren't being met, they wouldn't release any hostages. President Trump saying that unless all hostages were released by noon Saturday, there would be all hell to break loose. That doesn't appear on the cards at all, that all will be released. But it does, as we see these names being presented now, the final countdown for their release Saturday morning, it does indicate that the process, as agreed, the 6-week process, is back on track. Nick Robertson, CNN, Jerusalem.
Early this week, Hamas accused Israel of violating the ceasefire agreement and said it would not release hostages. The dispute now appears to be resolved, with the group saying on Thursday that the hostage release would go ahead as planned. But US President Donald Trump urged Israel to let all hell break out if Hamas does not release all hostages by noon on Saturday. On Friday, he said that Hamas changed position after his statement.
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow as well, because up to me, I take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out, and I looked at it before and after. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy, but the saying lifted all the way. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like he just came out of the Holocaust. He looks like a Holocaust. I've looked at him for a long time. And they've been treated very
Body.
It depends. Look, it depends what Bibi's going to do. It depends what Israel's going to do. But and now I understand they've totally changed. Hamas has totally changed. They want to release hostages now again.
In Gaza, a group of Palestinians gathered to protest President Trump's plan to permanently remove all Palestinians from Gaza. They also called on Arab countries to stand with them.
Our message today through these crowds is a rejection of every conspiracy to end the Palestinian cause. We are the rightful owners. Palestine is ours, the land is ours, and Jerusalem is ours, and we have never left Palestine. Our statement is clear that we reject all the conspiracies of displacing the Palestinian people.
Mr. Trump says the United States will take control of Gaza and that all Palestinians there would be moved permanently to Jordan and Egypt. He says Gaza would then be redeveloped into premium housing. The US is facing major pushback in Europe after a bruising speech by US Vice President J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference on Friday. He was expected to speak about Ukraine and the US vision for peace, which he barely mentioned. Instead, Vance laid into European allies, accusing them of backsliding on democracy and even comparing them to Cold War tyrants.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. As it turns out, you can't mandate innovation or creativity, just as you can't force people what to think, what to feel, or what to believe. And we believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners.
Germany's defense minister, Boris Pistorius, is calling the accusation unacceptable, while a Ukrainian parliament member said the US is using Europeans as vassal states. Meanwhile, Vance also met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who urged the US not to make any decisions about Ukraine without Kyiv. He also said Ukraine will need to double the size of its military if it doesn't join NATO. And he made it clear Kyiv needs security guarantees in any future peace deal.
Well, we're thankful for support of President Trump there.
we can say should be our first meeting, not last, sure. And really what we need to speak more, to work more, and to prepare the plan how to stop Putin, continue the war. We want this very much, but we need real security guarantees, and we will continue our meetings and our work. We will be very happy to see General Kalakov in Ukraine.
Vance didn't say a word about the real autocrats in Europe, like the ones in Russia and Belarus. As CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh explains, his speech was an odd message with an odd choice of venue and highly questionable facts.
I think it's fair to say that the audience assembled in front of Vice President J.D. Vance was expecting something slightly more about Ukraine from the pressing security challenge facing Europe for nearly the past 3 years that they had hoped the Trump administration would begin to expect. They received what seems to have been a lengthily pre-prepared speech, essentially on culture wars, and also at times horrifically accusing the same Western democracies that consider themselves to be the United States' most staunch allies of being tyrants themselves, of essentially not being able to hold honest electoral processes, at one point suggesting they put opponents in prison, jail reporters, things that J.D. Vance struggled, I think, to present concrete, factual examples about. And also, too, he called into question a recent decision by Romania to annul a first round of a presidential electoral vote, which their intelligence services and their courts had said was essentially corrupted by Russian interference, pro-Russian interference that enabled a far-right pro-Russian candidate to narrowly earn a place in the second round of voting. Really odd for Vance to seize upon that as something which he considered to be a violation of electoral will, and I think a bid, it seemed, in a speech which constantly attempted to try and suggest that Europeans should not be trusting their own electoral processes. An odd venue too, Munich, so redolent of the horrors of the Nazis in the 1930s and their rise to power as well. I'm sure many in the audience there upset by hearing these suggestions, so close as they were to Eastern Germany, where the Stasi back in the 50s to the 90s actually implemented so much the barbarism that he at times falsely accused Western democracies of being behind. So an odd venue, an odd message, and at times an untruthful message from the US Vice President. And then that too appearingly followed by a meeting with a far-right German opposition party, the AfD. Vance meeting its co-chair Alice Weidel, it seems, for a substantial period of time, nearly 30 minutes, some reports suggest. All, I think, a bid, it seems, to try and fuel again in Trump's second term the idea of populism amongst the European electorate, fuel the idea that somehow Europe's people are being lied to, that they're being denied the freedom of speech that's enjoyed in the United States. I should point out there are some restraints on free speech in Europe, if indeed that free speech is to incite extremism or potentially cause harm to individuals. There's essential ideological difference between the First Amendment, but one that Europe frankly accepts. And so, yes, a strange venue, a strange time. Very few words about Ukraine indeed, very little elucidation about the US Trump administration's policy towards Ukraine during his meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So a lot lacking here, and I think a lot of European allies aghast. Germany's defense minister Boris Pistorius saying that this was frankly unacceptable in terms of words from a US vice president. So a troubling speech, certainly one not entirely adherent to the truth, at times fanciful, frankly, and a troubling moment, I think, for Europe, who really wanted to hear from the new White House occupants something reassuring about European security. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, London.
CNN's Frederick Platkin is in Moscow with Russia's reaction to what they're hearing from the Trump administration on Ukraine.
The Russians also seem to be trying to figure out what exactly to make of the Trump administration a couple of days after what the Russians deemed to be a very successful phone call between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, essentially paving the way for possible peace talks to try and end the war in Ukraine, but also for a possible direct meeting between Putin and Trump in a third country. The Russians now hearing from J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal, essentially threatening the Russians that if they don't sign on to a peace deal, that the U.S. would have both economic and military levers at its disposal to try and get the Russians to come to the negotiating table and to get to some sort of agreement. Now, I texted the spokesman for the Kremlin, Dmitry Peskov, about all this, and he texted back that he was hoping, and the Russians were hoping, to clarify everything through direct contact, meaning, obviously, the Russians want to get in direct contact with the Trump administration. Now, that is, of course, already happening. The Russians are saying they're already trying to put together and putting together teams for possible negotiations for an end to the war in Ukraine. But the main thing for the Russians, the first thing that they want to achieve, they say, is a direct face-to-face meeting between President Vladimir Putin of Russia and the U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, we heard from the Trump administration that they believe that such a meeting could take place in Saudi Arabia. The Russians have not yet confirmed that, but they are saying that they are already putting teams together to try and set something like that in motion. And the spokesman for the Kremlin also said that he believes that a meeting like that could take place within a matter of weeks, at most within a matter of a few months. Now, the Russians are cautioning, though, that any sort of way to an end to the war in Ukraine might not be as easy as President Trump may have let on before taking office and shortly after taking office. The Russians are saying that there are a lot of issues for them that they simply will not budge from. One of the ones, and this was also set out by the Kremlin spokesman, is the territory that Ukraine currently holds inside of Russia, in the Kursk region, where the Russians are saying they want to militarily oust the Ukrainians from that territory. They do not want that to be part of negotiations going forward. And then, of course, there is also the question of all the territory that the Russians hold inside of Ukraine and the question of possible Ukrainian NATO membership in the future. Of course, there again, we've heard mixed messages coming from the Trump administration, some Trump officials saying they do not believe that Ukraine will be a part of NATO, others saying that it is something that might happen in the future. The Russians certainly also wanting to clarify that. From Plykin, CNN, Moscow.
We're learning that Trump administration officials mistakenly fire people who oversee the United States nuclear weapons. We'll have that story and so much more after this break.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Ritz chocolate cake. You're gonna get sick. You need pumpkin.
I love pumpkin.
It's not food, it's pet insurance. So when you get hurt or sick and you need expensive medicine or surgery,
Pet insurance from Pumpkin can help.
go to pumpkin.care.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud. Legacy Box is simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com today and get 50% off.
I'm tagging along with a patrol of joint U.S. and Mexican forces.
Les agarramos, ahora sí, caminando todos.
This is a place where the Mexican government is building one of the 25 temporary shelters. Bueno, Venezuela, ¿cómo nos regresamos? ¿Quién nos va a ayudar? Thousands of migrants are now stuck on the U.S.-Mexico border. How is exactly gonna deal the Mexican government with this upcoming crisis?
I'm Richard Quest. I love traveling the world. Broaden the mind, open the heart. And I'm not done yet. It's time to embrace new adventures. Scarlet, just turn around and there it was. Find the fun. Hello. That is more beautiful than the real thing. Seize the moments in this world of wonder.
Tonight on CNN.
Sources tell CNN more than 300 workers who manage America's nuclear stockpile were fired on Thursday amid President Donald Trump's efforts to shrink the federal workforce. We're told officials didn't seem to know that the National Nuclear Security Administration oversees the country's nuclear weapons. The terminations were reversed on Friday morning after members of Congress raised concerns. An Energy Department spokesperson disputed the number of people affected, telling CNN, quote, less than 50 people were dismissed. The executive editor at Wired explains how something like this could happen.
It speaks to this sort of ethos that we've seen to all of this cutting, which is that it is cutting for cutting's sake. It is, we're going to reduce the number of employees we have, we're going to reduce the number of programs, we're going to reduce the amount of humanitarian aid, scientific research, you name it, just to hit a number. And in the process of hitting that number, if we lose really critical things, really important missions, really important research, if we lose the people who oversee the nuclear stockpile, so be it. I'm glad that they are trying to reverse this. I hope they're able to. But I think that this is what is happening in every agency across the government.
CNN's Julia Benbrook is following the latest developments on the Trump job cuts.
See you around.
Since taking office, President Donald Trump and Elon Musk have worked to upend the federal workforce, firing top officials and watchdogs, as well as convincing more than 75,000 workers to voluntarily leave their jobs through a deferred resignation offer. Officials have now set their sights on probationary workers who have typically been employed for less than a year or two. Those workers have fewer job protections and lack the right to appeal the decision. This move has impacted workers in several departments, including Energy, Veterans Affairs, the Department of Education, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the Small Business Administration. In a statement addressing these layoffs, a spokesperson from the Office of Personnel Management said, quote, agencies are taking independent action in light of the recent hiring freeze and in support of the president's broader efforts to restructure and streamline the federal government to better serve the American people at the highest possible standard. According to the most recent data from that agency, more than 200,000 employees have worked within the federal government for less than a year. The dismissal of probationary workers has been in the works since Trump's first day in office. The acting head of OPM sent a memo to all agencies asking them to compile a list of probationary workers and send it to the office. That January 20th memo noted that it's easier to terminate these employees. Reporting at the White House, I'm Julia Vidya.
We're getting some answers about what went wrong in the deadly mid-air collision over the Potomac River. Coming up, investigators reveal what was going on inside the Black Hawk helicopter.
If you look at our continent, historically, electrification has been a public good. It's been driven by the government. Our governments are facing a lot of challenges with the capital they need to keep building energy, access, infrastructure. Our emissions have been historically low. But if we're not careful, as one of the youngest continents that needs to electrify quickly, we run the risk of quickly becoming one of the largest polluters. We are working together to address a systemic challenge. In Ethiopia, we are supporting development of mini-grids. We are at the dawn of a new Africa from an energy access perspective.
Pope Francis was admitted to hospital on Friday. The Vatican says the 88-year-old is being treated for bronchitis and is undergoing tests. He held audiences on Friday morning before being hospitalized, but asked aides to read for him. Our correspondent reports he had some trouble speaking due to breathing difficulties. The pontiff has had various medical issues recently. He suffered from lung-related issues for most of his life, and as a young man with severe pneumonia had part of a lung removed. We're learning about new details about the deadly mid-air collision over Washington, D.C. more than 2 weeks ago. The National Transportation Safety Board says new data from the Black Hawk helicopter is providing some answers about its altitude at the time of the collision and whether the Army pilots missed crucial instructions from the control tower. CNN's Pete Muntian has more.
Major new details in this very revealing briefing from the National Transportation Safety Board. The first it has held since the week of that January 29th mid-air collision. Also the first time we have gotten a readout of the black box on board that Black Hawk helicopter. The NTSB now believes the crew on board that helicopter was wearing night vision goggles, which may have actually limited their view in the moments leading up to the collision. Also, the NTSB detailed an interesting discrepancy between the altitude being read by the pilot and the instructor pilot. The instructor pilot said the altitude was at 400 feet at one point. The voice recorder captured the same time that the pilot said the altitude was at 300 feet. The NTSB now is confident that the altitude from the radar altimeter on board the Black Hawk helicopter was 278 feet at the time of the collision. That's an altimeter that sends a radar beam to the ground, beams it back to the aircraft, and then gives a readout of the altitude above ground level. But NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamady told me it is not clear if the crew was using that altimeter to determine their height above the ground or if they were using the air pressure altimeter that reads the barometric pressure at the time of the collision. They're not sure if the crew had a full picture or accurate readouts of their altimeter as a result. This is what NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamady told me.
I think that's going to take a significant amount of work. I mean, we have a very experienced team in the recorder's lab. I'm very impressed with their work, but it's going to take some time. They're going to have to work with manufacturers of the equipment, the Army, and others to really understand what was going on.
Is it possible here that the Black Hawk crew did not have the holistic full picture of what altitude they were actually at?
It's certainly possible, and that's something we're looking at.
One more major interesting detail here. The National Transportation Safety Board now says that the crew of the Black Hawk helicopter missed key transmissions from the air traffic control tower at Reagan National Airport, specifically one that said, "Pass behind the approaching passenger jet," American Airlines Flight 5342. The NTSB says the crew of the Black Hawk helicopter actually heaved the microphone button at the same time for 0.8 of a second, blocking that critical part of that transmission. NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamady told me this investigation's still in its very early stages. It will take likely a year for them to reach a probable cause here.
Thanks to Pete Muntin for that report. Finally this hour, a close encounter in the waters off the coast of Chile. While kayaking near southern Patagonia, a man was suddenly swallowed by a humpback whale. Adrian Simancas was dragged beneath the surface for several seconds before the whale spat him back out. The video was captured by his dad, who helped him to safety soon after he re-emerged. This is Adrian's take on the encounter.
When I turned around, I saw some blue dark colors and white flashing right through my face, and I felt a slimy texture in my cheek. And then it shot down on me and threw me on the water. I closed my eyes because I thought that something would crash into my face. It was like 1 second of that strange feeling where I thought that I was already eaten by some kind of giant fish. But then I started to feel my water vest that was pulling me outside of the water.
Humpbacks are carnivores that eat small sea creatures like krill, but not large mammals. All right, thanks for joining me and the team. I'm Ben Hunter in Atlanta. It has been real. Let's do it all again tomorrow. African Voice of Changemakers is next. See you tomorrow.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on Deal Dash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for 26 bucks.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
I'm chatting with a live H&R Block tax expert. It makes doing our taxes online so easy. There's also this AI tax assist for help whenever you need it.
I think I need it.
Do your own taxes online with H&R Block and get unlimited expert help for free.
Okay, guys. Ceremony starts in 5.
One sec, just got a hymns real quick. Hymns? Yeah, hymns. Hymn 2.
Hymns 38. Always works for me.
I'm hymnsing right now. So simple, so convenient. Weight loss by hymns, boys. You gotta get on it, son.
For care that's doctor trusted, convenient, and personalized, get started today at hims.com.
trucks into the island. It's only a matter of time before he does a Butch Cassidy the nut job.
He tried to, like, he was using his home to be like a fucking, it felt like a fucking web. He was trying to get us to come in there to, you know, it was like Hansel and Gretel. So, like, you come into this house and they got nothing to candy, but you can feel you're not safe. This bitch trying to get you fattened up to put you in this fucking coffee or put you in this fucking oven, bitch. You can feel it. Like, I knew I got the fucking battery. But I was so calming. So him, dude named Floyd. Floyd was a little bit weird. Floyd, like, men, he didn't fuck the boys. I still went out to make boys. And at the time, I was being early in my transition. So shit like that, I remember just all these little weird shit that made me think about how predatory some of these Butch Queens can be too. Setting you up. And I remember this dude tried to, I don't know what's his name. I don't know what his name is. It's how I met Corey. Danger. Fine. It's how I met Corey. He took me over his house, and Corey was over there.
Never should have stuck my
And I guess
It was cool.
Corey was,
Don't answer the phone to Lester Crest.
I guess he was attracted to me because he kept trying to show me, you know, Corey got a big ass dick. And he kept showing me his dick, but I'm like, nigga, you is a Butch Queen. Like, you is a Butch Queen. And I like the trash. I don't like Butch Queen. So if you thought you was going to come over here and I was going to be interested in this, I don't care what kind of dick you got. This is and, but it was what it was. I was like 16, 17. And this old man was trying to hook me up. Koyan was my same age, so he wasn't trying to, but he wanted to sit and watch. You see what I'm saying? He was trying to make us happy. Like he was trying to make us a thing. And Corey, I was ready. I was not. Because I'm not a purchase at all. I wasn't told. But that's because I had access to big old big trade. So I could be like, oh, man. No, thank you. You know, I also live in the group home with the boys. So I had access to boys. I could take them. There was no pressure of again. There was boys I always had in the neighborhood or in the house. Here. This fucking city ass looks going to get out of here. No. But it was a very, very predatory behavior. I don't know if you answered this already. I apologize if you have, but do you prefer men who do participate in Valentine's Day or make an effort, or does it not bother you? I don't really think about it, but I haven't been in a relationship in a while. When I was in a relationship, we did stuff. We did Valentine's Day stuff. It was cute. I don't dislike it, but I'm not. Because what I actually care about, this was my thing was, my birthday is on the 28th of February. I don't care about the 14th. Make the 28th special, baby. Make the 28th special. Spend your money on the 28th. We can go out to eat on the Valentine's Day. Don't spend no money. Spend the money on my birthday. That's what I care about. Make my birthday special, baby. I don't care about February 14th. I care about February 28th. So I think maybe if my birthday was not around Valentine's Day, I would maybe feel differently, but because my birthday is right around the corner, I don't care about no fucking Valentine's Day. I care about my birthday. What we doing for birthday? What we doing for that? That's what I care about.
Sasha Trupanov, the Russian-Israeli 29 years old, he was shot in both legs, by the way, when he was taken by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. His father was killed on that day as well. His mother, his grandmother, and his girlfriend were all taken hostage. They were released in the hostage deal back in November 2023. Palestinian Islamic Jihad released video of Sasha just yesterday. His family asked it not to be aired, but I think everyone here is expecting or looking to see the welfare of these three men, given the horrible, emaciated condition of the three hostages that were released last week. And the video released by Palestinian Islamic Jihad appears to show Sasha in relatively good, decent physical shape. Of course, the doctors will be determining that. The third person, rather, a 46-year-old Argentinian Israeli, Yair Horn. He's really described by the community in Near Oz as the glue that held the community together, organizing social events. He ran the pub in Near Oz. His brother, by the way, Itan, he is still being held by Hamas. So he's going to come out and find out that his dear brother is still being held in Gaza.
Thanks to you, Nick, in Tel Aviv. And Paula, in exchange for these three hostages, we understand that Israel is going to release some 369 Palestinians being held in Israeli custody. What more can you tell us about those?
Yes, and this will happen later in the day, as we've seen from previous exchanges. And we will see 369 Palestinian prisoners, according to the lists both sides have given us.
that will be released, not all of them, back to their families. We understand that 36 of them are serving life sentences, and 24 of those will not be going back to their families or to the occupied West Bank or to Jerusalem. They will be either sent to Gaza or deported to Egypt and then potentially on to another country. Now, the reason for that, we heard from the Israeli side, is certain life sentence prisoners are considered too dangerous to be allowed to remain within the occupied West Bank or Jerusalem itself. Now, of those prisoners, we understand 333 will be released back to Gaza. These are prisoners that the Israeli military arrested, detained, and then brought to Israeli prisons during the war in Gaza. So over the past 15 months. So they will be returned back to Gaza as well. So there will be many families on the Palestinian side waiting for their loved ones to come back as well. This part of this first phase of the deal, a certain number of prisoners released in return.
Ain't that convenient? I've got some tools. Come on. Let's go meet you back at your place. And don't worry, the transponder will be ready for the job.
For each Israeli hostage. Now, we also know that one of those prisoners expected to be released is a man called Ahmed Barghouti. He's 48 years old at this point, and he's a close aide of Marwan Barghouti. This is the militant leader, really an icon in Palestinian terms, Marwan Barghouti. He was a close aide to him and was arrested alongside him back in 2002. He is currently serving a life sentence. So some of these names are significant names that we are seeing from the Palestinian prisoner side being released. Linda.
Paula Hancock's for us in Abu Dhabi, and Nick Robertson in Tel Aviv. We will come back to you both when this hostage exchange takes place, which could be within the next 25-30 minutes. Thanks very much. Well, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has returned home in the last hour on the heels of his bruising speech at the Munich Security Conference Friday. He laid into European allies, accusing them of backsliding on democracy and restricting basic freedoms. Germany's defense minister is calling the accusations unacceptable. Vance also met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who made it clear that Kyiv needs security guarantees in any future peace deal.
We are very thankful for American support. President Trump, we had a good conversation today. Our first meeting, not last, I'm sure, and really what we need to speak more, to work more, and to prepare the plan how to stop Putin and finish the war. We want peace very much, but we need real security guarantees, and we will continue our meetings and our work. We will be very happy to see General Kalinov in Ukraine.
Well, in his criticism of Europe, Vance didn't mention the real autocrats like the leaders in Russia and Belarus, but he said this about European democracies.
I believe deeply that there is no security if you are afraid of the voices, the opinions, and the conscience that guide your very own people. Europe faces many challenges, but the crisis this continent faces right now, the crisis I believe we all face together, is one of our own making. If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you.
For more analysis, we're joined by Natalia Kuminuk, a Ukrainian journalist and the CEO of Public Interest Journalism Lab. She's joining us live from Munich. Good to have you with us.
Good morning.
So Russia's war in Ukraine is nearing its third year. How demoralizing is it to hear that the new U.S. Defense Secretary already seemingly making concessions to Russia, saying Ukraine can't join NATO or get its pre-2014 territory back? He later partly walked those comments back, but what has been the reaction so far?
I think it's not that much demoralizing, rather than disappointing, because I think Ukrainians feeling themselves a bit in kind of narrative, a bit of the deja vu of how it was before the full-scale invasion, when everybody given Ukraine, Kyiv, 3 days, but Ukrainians were like, we would fight, doesn't matter what. So even if It was not, let's say, included into the discussion. If Ukraine isn't receiving the guarantees, it's very unfortunate, but Ukrainians should fight on their own, or at least with the European support. So there is nothing good about that. Rather than, I think Ukrainians feel like that there is some misunderstanding by the new administration of the realities of the war, and that's in fact not supporting Ukraine can lead for the, even a longer war. But of course, the rhetoric of the government would be a bit different because they need to, let's say, play along with the new administration. Because it's not like Ukraine doesn't want the settlement. Ukraine wants the solution rather with the security guarantees. I can't reinforce that what President Zelensky just said is probably the most critical. The guarantees may be discussed, not before the compromises.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's interesting. It seems to be a lot of mixed messaging coming from the U.S. government. The Vice President Vance also told the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. might send troops to Ukraine, calling them economic and military tools of leverage. This seems to be polar opposite to other statements we've heard from Donald Trump, who said Ukraine might be Russia one day. How do you determine exactly what the U.S. policy is right now?
So I think if to say to me, reporting the U.S. elections, reporting for the last months, is all this discussion, it's very important not to be swayed by everyday comments. I think for Ukrainians, the task is really to explain that the downfall of Ukraine is not in the American interest. Ukrainians are very coherent. And what Ukrainians also said, Vladimir Putin is pretty coherent in this, in his desire to to destroy Ukraine. So for us, it's just the main task is to get stronger and know that there are a lot of predictabilities, and the position of the White House sounds different every day. But, the goals for Ukraine are the same. The goals for Russia are unfortunately also the same. And Ukraine just needs to, pursue with that explanation. It's well understood in Europe by this moment. It feels like they are waking up. And again, it won't be easy. There would be a lot of destruction. The war will be there every single day, disregarding every single tweet and meeting and interview. And for Ukraine, it's just the most important to pursue.
We heard from some leaders in Europe who were worried that Donald Trump is making, quote, a dirty deal with Russia on the future of Ukraine. Can Ukraine continue to fight Russia without U.S. support?
It's important. So in the very beginning of the war, Ukraine was fighting without very sophisticated U.S. weapon. Like literally, the weapon which was given for the guerrilla warfare. It took months for the West and for the U.S. to catch up. So it will be very unfortunate because Ukraine by these years already know what to do in order to fight more efficiently. But in this regard, Ukraine definitely is a bit more stable after 3 years because, the weapon production is more reinforced in Ukraine. The Europe can catch up better because, years were spent. It's, of course, it's impossible to totally avoid the American support if we want to avoid casualties. But yes, Ukraine would do that because otherwise Donald Trump may sound just as a Putin's envoy, because otherwise if there are no guarantees, if there is nothing, Ukraine and President Zelensky can directly speak to Vladimir Putin if the point is just to agree with what Vladimir Putin says. Then Donald Trump is just not there. It's like he then looks irrelevant.
Natalia,
fingers crossed, bitch. Fingers crossed. Got him. Got him.
Secondly, 5 people who oversee the United States nuclear weapons. I've got to story much more after the break.
I don't want this car, but I got it.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
What are you in for? I ate a toy. Turns out what goes in doesn't always come out.
Why wait for more surprises? Get 90% cash back on eligible vet bills for accidents and illnesses with a Pumpkin Pet Insurance Plan. Visit pumpkin.care.
Do you have a box of videotapes, film reels, or photos that are degrading? Legacy Box professionally converts them to DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud. Legacy Box is simple and safe, with over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com today and get 50% off.
Feeling good. Just 3 more little tasks to perform. We should be good to go.
First, we're going to need some hacking equipment, the kind that nobody makes, and the sets that are in existence are all traced. So we'll need to rob it from someone who won't mention that it's gone missing. Bank robbers! These guys. Now they've,
Caitlin Collins is your DC source, bringing you unprecedented access to the White House, Capitol Hill, and beyond. Follow Caitlin for in-depth political coverage and analysis, and watch her on The Source, weeknights on CNN.
Embark on an unforgettable journey to a natural wonder in the Western Pacific Ocean, the Philippines. A sustainable experience full of life and culture.
There's a lot of spots in the island that are hidden gems.
Its people, turquoise waters, and healing powers captivate the soul and awaken the senses.
In here, you really being disconnected feels like you own the island for your own.
The Journey Matters, Sunday on CNN.
The federal judge to dismiss the public corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams, ending a days-long standoff by prosecutors. It comes after acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bovee set off a firestorm when he ordered a prosecutor in New York to file the dismissal. Prosecutor Danielle Sassoon resigned in protest. She said the order, citing the mayor's role in helping the Trump administration combat illegal immigration, amounted to a quid pro quo. 6 more prosecutors also resigned in protest from the Southern District of New York and the Justice Department. Now it's up to the judge overseeing the case to decide whether to dismiss the charges. Mayor Adams has pleaded not guilty and denied any wrongdoing. Well, sources say more than 300 workers who manage America's nuclear stockpile were fired Thursday amid President Donald Trump's efforts to shrink the federal workforce. Four sources tell CNN that the officials did not seem to know that the National Nuclear Security Administration oversees the country's nuclear weapons. Terminations were reversed Friday morning after members of Congress raised concerns. The Energy Department spokesperson disputed the number of people affected, telling CNN, quote, less than 50 people were dismissed. President Trump also fined thousands of probationary workers Thursday who have been typically employed for less than a year. This is a list of some of the agencies targeted. Natasha Lindstad is a professor of government at the University of Essex and joins us from Colchester, England. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
So, Natasha, let's start with these mass layoffs for federal workers, targeting up to 2.3 million workers. I was just mentioning the 300 staffers tasked with managing the nation's nuclear stockpile who were fired, apparently sacked, by officials who didn't actually realize their role. Just explain the sort of mess that's unfolding that we're seeing.
Well, you're right that it is a mess. It's the only way you can describe it when you decide that you want to essentially gut the government of federal workers without really investigating whether or not these individuals are critical to, for example, our national security. I mean, the example given of what just happened with the National Nuclear Security Administration just sort of underscores this point, that this is all taking place in a very chaotic manner without much due diligence being done. So we see that in addition to what's happening with our nuclear stockpile not being properly guarded, you have the Trump administration going after the FBI, not really understanding who is valuable in terms of protecting American interests when it comes to domestic terrorism, for example, who's investigating, organized crime. There are all kinds of security implications for trying to remove federal workers at this speed, let alone all of the consequences of going after the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Education, the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, the IRS, so that's going to make it more difficult to collect taxes. So I think that when they were trying to set up this idea that they're going to cut the government, and this was popular in Trump's days, it wasn't fully thought out, and we're going to see the ramifications of this in months to come, if not already be, since there's already been so much chaos. And the questions about Elon Musk's role in this, when he himself has been one of the biggest recipients, one of the biggest single recipients of government support and government contracts with Tesla and SpaceX, gaining some 18 billion in contracts. And there are also questions about the fact that the State Department has purchased some form of Tesla vehicles that cost upwards of 400 million. So there's a lot of hypocrisy here, and things have not been properly planned out, and this will have important consequences for U.S. security and beyond.
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit more about Elon Musk, because he is leading these so-called efficiency cuts. People are mockingly referring to him as President Musk. How much power does he wield in the White House and beyond?
So that's one of the really important questions that we're trying to understand here. And Time Magazine had famously indicated that it was almost as if he was the president with one of their recent covers, which of course irked Trump. But I don't think ever before in U.S. history have we seen a shadow leader who wasn't elected. He didn't go through any kind of confirmation process. There wasn't any vetting process. We've never seen this type of person hold so much power. He is not only going through, cutting the federal government, but he's also on important phone calls in terms of our foreign policy. And he definitely has Donald Trump's ear, at the very least, and possibly is dictating decisions. And this, of course, is not what America asked for. We see that Elon Musk's approval rating is not very high. His disapproval rating is somewhere around 53%, but it's in a negative trajectory. And so as he continues to wield more power and get access to things like when he tried to get access to the Department of Treasury's payment system, then he had access to all kinds of important and significant confidential personal information, while at the same time being very sympathetic to Russian interests, to Chinese interests, this really puts the U.S. Under a very serious threat.
Yeah, it certainly does. Many more questions. Running out of time right now, but Natasha, as always, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Pope Francis was admitted to hospital Friday. The Vatican saying that the 88-year-old has been treated for bronchitis and is undergoing tests. He held audiences on Friday morning before being hospitalized that asked aides to read speeches for him. Our correspondent reports that he had some trouble speaking due to breathing difficulties. He was able to meet with the Prime Minister of Slovakia, and also with Mark Thompson, the Chief Executive of CNN. The Pontiff has had various medical issues recently. He has suffered from lung-related issues for most of his life, and as a young man, had severe pneumonia and had to have part of his lung removed. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All new Inside Africa. See a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve technology and industry across Africa and beyond. Media innovators using technologies to advance Africa's wildlife conservation ahead of.
How to be playing as human being, how to become part of the landscape, not separate to the landscape.
Inside Africa on CNN in association with Zenith Bank.
I'm tying off with a patrol of joint U.S. and Mexican forces. This is a place where the Mexican government is building one of the 25 temporary shelters. Thousands of migrants are still stuck on the U.S.-Mexico border. How is it exactly going to deal with the Mexican government with this crisis? It's a European that they sit constantly evolving.
We're all in this together.
Sounds very cool.
Yeah.
It really feels like plastic. Technology. This is the next generation of computing. The latest in luxury.
What we're doing is world class.
Are you more drawn to the classics? I'm a classic girl. I'm Anna Stewart. And I'm Claire Sebastian. Join us for Marketplace Europe.
Tonight on CNN.
Mexico City has made dreams come true this Valentine's Day. More than 500 couples participated in a mass wedding ceremony there on Friday. Mexico City's mayor served as the maid of honor for those exchanging vows. The event was complimentary, with the city paying for wedding licenses ranging from $78 to $481. Local couples living on a budget, a free wedding encouraged many to make their commitment official. The crowd of newlyweds celebrated with dancing and cheering. Well, the closing fountain of waters off the coast of Chile while hiking near southern Patagonia, a man was suddenly swallowed by a humpback whale. Adrian Simancas was dragged beneath the surface for several seconds before the whale spat him back out. The video was captured by his father, who helped him safely soon reach the shore. Humpbacks are carnivores that eat small sea creatures like krill, but not large mammals. This is Adrian's take on that encounter.
When I turned around, I saw some blue dark colors and white flashing right through my face, and I felt a slimy texture in my cheek. And then it shot down on me and took me underwater. I closed my eyes because I thought that something would crash into my face. It was like 1 second of that strange feeling where I thought that I was already eaten by some kind of giant fish. But then I started to feel my water vest that was pulling me outside of the water.
Very lucky escape. Well, despite getting a little too close for comfort, when the father and son were asked about if they would go kayaking again, without hesitation, they both said, of course. Well, Mount Etna delivered a show-stopping performance to Valentine's Day. The volcano erupted Friday, spewing fiery lava from a newly active crater. Footage captured a close-up view of the volcano in action. Several earthquakes were felt throughout Sicily. Mount Etna boasts the longest documented history of volcanic activity known to science, which dates back 400 to 425 BC. Well, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Linda Kincaid. Stick around. African Voices Changemakers is up next, and I'll be back with much more CNN news in about 30 minutes' time, including a hostage release in Gaza.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. Go to DealDash.com and see how you can save.
Ritz chocolate cake. You're feeling sick. You need pumpkin. I love pumpkin. It's not food, it's pet insurance. So when you get hurt or sick and you need expensive medicine or surgery,
Pet insurance from Pumpkin can help.
go to pumpkin.care.
Why would I use hymns to have my ED meds delivered to my door? I love pharmacy lines.
Why would I use medically proven ingredients? Sweet on my herbs. I love Rehabs 24/7.
Why would I choose weight loss treatment or your nose? I love selling off my prized possessions.
Why wouldn't I get high quality care I can trust? I love Hims. Get treatment you'll actually love at Hims.com.
It retract and like, oh no, this is not what I wanted. Actually, is that fair?
Exactly what you say, Dave.
traffic would be presumed to be a biological woman. No, I'm not saying if that was the case. Right, that's what I'm saying. But one thing could be I respect it based on what yeah.
It was the message that they could feel like, what would
Wait, you said that this whole time, it's not like that. A preconceived notion meaning you already had a thought of him, a thought of the situation before you assess the situation based on your experience. So say this, you mean you hear that I'm messy, but you don't get to know me, so you automatically assume I'm messy. That's an example.
When I see that any man is in my motherfucking inbox, what do you want? I don't know you. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know the team. I don't know if you don't know the team. But what I do know is that you like something over here. That's why you're over here.
Right. So that's what I'm asking you.
Because when I respond to you and I don't respond to you in the way that you may have preferred, that you may have been looking for, and give you the response you were looking for, now it's girl fuck this bitch. Let me do these messages and let me.
The messages with the ass. That's okay. I'm a little confused about the conversation because I thought the hate was the only message.
The point that you're missing that nobody wants to get is how you feel about the situation. It's about being outed or me outed. This is about that you're in because you like something that you motherfucking see. And because I don't respond to you in the way that you wanted me to respond, now it's a problem. Now you're no longer interested. Now you're no longer interested.
It's why I asked you about the freaking joke. This is what I'm about to tell you. See, I think that subconsciously you went in with a preconceived notion of the situation based on you just merely seeing you at brain chat, saying he was a player, saying that type of thing out there, and you already know what they give. So that's why I asked you before the messages went even further, and you noticed that he deleted it. This key word, you say he deleted the message. Why did you in fact screenshot the message if nothing transpired in other messages? Does that make sense? So if you can send it, so I can send it to my trolls, what the fuck this is. So you want your people to figure out something about someone you were talking to.
Is that a problem?
No, so that's what I'm saying. It's alluding to me that you had a preconceived notion of what you possibly think could have happened. Meaning, this person of a certain status typically plays games, have ego tangents, go on these, whatever. Or when you said those type of people, you said that. Remember you said those type of people with the Jackson.
Yeah.
Right. So did you go in thinking he possibly could been that, and that's why you screenshotted it? Other than you saying,
Yeah.
Okay. So when you seen that he deleted, you was like, I ate that because I screenshotted it already because he could try to get out of anything.
And let's be honest, when you are a trans woman and you deal with different type of men, let's not think the DL thing is not real. Bitch, he's not the only one on the show where I went on a date the other day and I sent girls the address and the location to where I went. This is just something because y'all are making it a thing. Then niggas to like Discord. Discord is not like a T thing. Discord is for like me and my girls, we're family. If I'm going on a date, I don't deal with a lot of people. Bitch, I always send shit to my girls in the Discord so they can know.
Craft together something special with Kraft Natural Cheese.
Like, you on the island for your own?
The Journey Matters, Sunday on CNN.
I'm Christy Lou Stout in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and this is CNN.
Stay informed, stay connected, stay invested. Join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Weekday. Welcome to African Voices Changemakers. I'm Larry Midowo in Nairobi. They say that service is the rent we pay for living on this earth. In this episode, we have two successful changemakers who view giving not just as a duty, but as a privilege. You will meet Derek Kobina, a British Army veteran who is extending his duty to care for Africa's fallen soldiers. But first, you may know award-winning singer Pato Ranking as one of Nigeria's top Afro dancehall artists. But behind the scenes, he is a champion for Africa's youth. We caught up with the star in his hometown of Ebute Metta in Lagos to discuss his journey towards changing the lives of 1 million young people by 2035.
For me, I've always had a picture of how my family should look like and my community. I'm coming from a place where the chances of making it was very slim, so I needed to step up. I was never influenced by the ghetto or where I was coming from. Rather, I said I was going to influence my community. This is Pato Ranking, a lyrical architect, a philanthropist, a music maker from Nigeria. I make music that transcends borders. Yes, and I'm proud to tell you that I'm a change maker.
Patrick Naemeka Okorie, better known as Pato Ranking, is one of Nigeria's most versatile stars. Known for pushing creative boundaries, the reggae and Afro dancehall star has captivated fans across the globe with a fresh blend of reggae, dancehall, and Afro. Although it is Pato Ranking's musicality that hooks fans, it is his knack for storytelling, detailing the trials and triumphs of the everyday Nigerian that has made him more than just an entertainer, but also a powerful voice for the voiceless.
My biggest style, I sing for people, you know. I try to be the voice of the voiceless in my music, you know, and if you follow my music, I've coined some terms that I try to live from. You know, for example, I have this hobby, BBBB, which means building bridges and burning borders. So music.
Pato Ranking faced life's harsh realities early on, growing up in the slums of Satellite Town, a community housing project in Ebute Metta in Lagos State.
I was born in Satellite Town, you know, but I grew up in Ebute Metta. My dad, the petty trainer, so I grew up selling in the streets of Lagos with my dad, and you know that was the best form of mentorship. My parents were not financially buoyant for me to invest in. I said, okay, let me do the gift. So as a means, you know, of survival, changing the narrative and the story of my family.
That gift was music, and around the Ebute Metta community, Galala set the groove.
So growing up in the ghetto, everybody knows the popular genre called Galala music. Galala is the stepchild of dancehall music. I was dancing in school before pitching my tent to singing, and you know, you have to dance. You can't just come out and say you're one of them. You have to be the guy. You have to be the dancer. You know, and I was one of the best dancers. You know, danced in a couple of music videos, Galala music videos. I was listening to a lot of people. Daddy Shoki, Baba Frayo, Franco Tiatia, you know, Blackface, Two-Face. You know, these are like people that, you know, that you hear the ghetto sounds in their music, and because the genre was so big, because that's the only way we pass our message. Either we're talking about love, either we're talking about the situation of the country, or talking about family. It's very easy to just pass your message through that sound. So I was heavily influenced by Galala music. Then I started writing my own songs.
Yeah, don't take this too serious. Just to have fun. Pato Ranking's big break came when Nigerian singer Timaya took the singer under his wing as a protege and released the hit track Alubarika in 2013.
Timaya took it to a different level. Then Faustin music came into the scene, and boom.
That collab helped Patoranking win the next rated category at the Headies Awards in 2014.
When I sang Alubarika, I was still in the era of nothing. I didn't even have a passport, but I could see everything like I was there. Alubarika from Lagos to America. And the minute the song dropped, everything changed. Everything I said in that song happened.
That same year, he signed with Faustin Music and released Girlio with a music video highlighting the impact of domestic violence. He followed up the remix with Tiwa Savage that debuted at number 9 on the MTV-based official Niger Top 10 chart. The song opened the door for several subsequent hits, earning the star numerous awards, including an MTV Africa Music Award for Best New Act in 2015 and African Artist of the Year at the Ghana Music Awards.
That was one of the defining moments of my career because that collaboration took me from being a Nigerian star to an African and to the world.
The singer was tapped as a judge for The Voice Nigeria in 2016.
They told me everybody's 15 minutes in a different time zone.
That same year, he released his debut studio album, God Over Everything, which made him the first Nigerian to have an album on the Billboard Reggae charts. Patoranking further established his international presence, appearing on major labels in particular, and in 2018, he joined Lauryn Hill's Miss Education 20th Anniversary Tour.
Meeting Lauryn Hill was a life-changing experience for me. It was a learning. I just told myself, I told the band and myself, we're going there to learn. In terms of performance, she's one of the greatest to do it. So, being on the road with her, going on tour with her, was amazing. And the feeling is different, and it really changed a lot. I would tell you for free, there was growth after that performance. I could tell. There was growth.
Despite these global moments, Patoranking never lost sight of his roots, which was the catalyst for his philanthropic journey.
The picture I had in my head was the good life, beating poverty, and a better life for not just me, but for my generation to come, changing my generation.
Coming up, we'll show you how Patoranking is leveraging his success to make pathways for a better future for youth in Nigeria and beyond.
Stay tuned to get this free 5-piece ultra non-stick bakeware set from Gotham Steel. Are you tired of pans that burn and lids that don't fit? Worse yet, they're a nightmare to clean. You need a new set, but prices are so high it's obscene. Well, now there's a brand new professional cookware set that's ultra durable and non-stick. These pans are super slick, and they can be yours for our lowest price ever. Introducing Gotham Steel, chef-tested cookware designed to make family meals with no sticking and easy cleanup every time. Gotham Steel is made with cast aluminum and coated with high ceramic, a fusion of ultra-durable titanium and super slick ceramic. This cookware comes with vented glass lids and is oven rated up to 500 degrees. So bake meals in the oven that come out perfect every time. Even use metal utensils with no scratching. Plus, the entire set is PFOA free and dishwasher safe. Other professional cookware sets can cost up to $400, but we have a factory direct deal for you. You can get the Gotham Steel 12-piece set, not for $400 or even $300, but for just 5 easy payments of $49.99. But wait, order right now and we'll drop one payment. That's just 4 easy payments of $49.99. This is nonstick cookware that we know you'll love. That's why we're guaranteeing it for a full 10 years. We'll even include our self-draining fry basket, stainless steel steamer insert, and steamer rack. A $50 value absolutely free. And there's even more. As a special gift, you'll get our 5-piece Gotham Steel bakeware set. The fast, easy, ultra nonstick way to bake your favorite desserts. No grease or oil needed. Together, they're a $110 value. Yours free. That's an incredible 20-piece cookware set. Plus free shipping on your entire order. Call or click now. Call 1-800-859-6893 or go to GothamSet.com. Again, that's 1-800-859-6893 or order online at GothamSet.com.
For 34-year-old Ranking, philanthropy isn't something he takes lightly.
It's something personal to me, you know. Before I became Ranking, I used to pray to God. I said, God, if you put me in a position of making money, I want to touch lives.
He launched the Ranking Foundation in 2018 with a mission to help 1 million youth by 2035.
At a point in my life, there were certain careers I thought I would have ventured into, you know. So for those things I wasn't able to do, I want to do them through people, you know. I want to live those dreams through people. You know, I thought I was going to be a footballer, so we decided to build in talks in communities. You know, the whole idea is bringing people together, bringing peace, unifying the people in the community, you know, and also, you know, presenting opportunities to them.
We followed Ranking to Ebutemeta in the southern part of Lagos, Nigeria, to his first turf launch.
So we're in Ebutemeta, West Lagos, Nigeria, and we're here at the opening of the Ebutemeta Soccer Turf here in Ojeniu Sports Center. It's about the unifying of my people, bringing them together. For me, growing up here as a child, playing on this pitch, I've always loved the fact that what brings us together is football, and it's just for us to advance it and take it to the next level for the future, you know, for the kids, for so many people, so many talent out here. So we're just here to celebrate ourselves, you know. We're happy we have a place that brings everybody in the community together. You know, that's why we're here. Growing up, they used to be kind of clashes, gang clashes, and everything. So it was very important to bring the community together. So we needed something, we needed a place where everyone can come. You know, we just built the first one in the Vitoneta in Lagos, and in 5 years, we intend to build 100 across slums, across Africa, different slums, you know.
One of the reasons that this turf was built, because it was an avenue to get them to come together, you know, through football anyways, eat and drink, but begin to be able to accommodate each other and form some sort of bonding. Besides that, of course, the regular thing, education, daily bread, as they like to call it here, is really tough. So while you and I would see it as a casual gift to give out 1,000 naira to somebody, we just might be paying the person's house rent with 1,000 naira. It's that, and then it's also education, which we found that a lot of the kids here go learn a trade from an early age. Education is really not the immediate aspiration when you're given birth. So that's also something that Ranking is passionate about changing, because he believes that with education, the mindset will change a lot, and then it will trickle down to change a lot of other factors.
For me, I see myself as a music political figure. You know, in the sense that I try to, you know, I want to bridge those gaps. And the only way I can do it is my platform. The only one I have, which is music. You know, so, for example, if you go to Jamaica today and you hear African music being played, you know, it's as a result of people, you know, talking about it, or people trying, you know, from the old days, doing collaborations or music crossing over to those places. You know, so it's about keeping the conversation going for the generation to come as well. So it's not just about me. It's knowing that someday some set of people want to go here, but because of this has been done, it makes everything easy for them.
Coming up, how Pata Rankings tech aspirations.
Deal-.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to Deal-.com and see how much you can save.
I'm a pet person just like you. If my pet ever got hurt or sick, it would just break my heart. And possibly the bank. So I got a pet insurance plan from Pumpkin. Bad things happen to good pets all the time. Pet insurance from Pumpkin. Get it before you need it.
We live in an unpredictable environment. My show brings you the latest news and top news makers.
Mantua, weekdays on CNN.
While Pata Rankings' one-time aspirations to become a professional footballer made him build Ebuta Meta a community turf, it was his passion for tech and the financial barriers to the education to pursue it that made him want to help remove obstacles for other African youth.
Yeah, I've always wanted to become an information technologist.
He started a training program called the Sky Level Initiative to help give students access to cutting-edge technology training and education.
We have students in Ebonyi State. Currently, we have about 170 kids from primary to high school.
In partnership with ALX Africa, one of the continent's leaders in tech skills training, the foundation recently invested $500,000 in scholarships to further their careers in tech and entrepreneurship.
So me, I just had secondary education. I wasn't opportune to go to university. So everything I've been self-taught.
So this for me creates tremendous opportunity because young people are more creative, they're more entrepreneurial, they're hungry, they're passionate. And I think that many of the world's problems will be solved by harnessing the power of African youth. This collaboration with Pata Ranking began about 5 years ago. I brought him to visit the African Leadership University and shared with him our vision for developing the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and creators. And he was really committed to doing what he could to create opportunities for those young people from across Africa to many of these fans, the young people that follow him to participate in what we do.
In July, several recipients of the Pata Ranking Scholarship at the African Leadership University in Kigali, Rwanda, received bachelor's degrees in various fields including entrepreneurship, global challenges, international business and trade, and computer science.
In which much success and fulfillment, but also hardship, because that is how you will become successful. Go out and make a difference, and we're here to cheer you on. Thank you.
We were studying our mission on challenges, which is pretty exciting for me because I get to learn or to explore more of what is my mission in life.
I've become a problem solver, which I believe has given open doors for me in terms of accessing opportunities around me. Nothing is impossible. I'm sure I'm going to be like a future president for my country because I'm running for my dream with best year to come.
Most recently, the star was appointed as a regional goodwill ambassador for the United Nations Development Program. During the 2-year appointment, the singer will champion youth innovation and enterprise development, a fitting role for the king of Afro dancehall, fueling the futures of Nigeria's youth.
The legacy.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm Linda Kincaid with breaking news. Red Cross vehicles have just arrived in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza to pick up 3 Israeli hostages. These are live pictures from the site right now where it appears that Hamas And the group Palestinian Jihad are getting ready to release their 3 men. In exchange, Israel is set to release 369 Palestinians that it's holding prisoner. The Red Cross is scheduled to take custody of the hostages and deliver them to the Israeli military. The hostages include 36-year-old Israeli-American Sagi Dekluchen, 29-year-old Israeli-Russian Alexander Trufanov, and 46-year-old Israeli-Argentinian E.R. Horn. All 3 were abducted from the kibbutz near Oz during the October 7th attacks. CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is joining us live from Tel Aviv, and Paula Hancock is joining us from Abu Dhabi. Paula, I'll start with you. So this is the 4th weekend we've seen a hostage exchange since this first very fragile phase of this ceasefire began in January. What can we expect over the coming hour?
Well, Linda, what we've been seeing in previous weeks is that once the Red Cross vehicles are in place, then shortly afterwards, the abilities to bring out the hostages. In the past, we have seen them paraded on stage, having to wave to the crowds, which are generally Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the crowd. And then they are escorted to those Red Cross vehicles. Now, from that point, they're put into the Red Cross vehicles. They are then driven to where they meet the Israeli military within Gaza and driven out of Gaza itself to be taken to a facility just along the border where they can meet with some of their immediate family and also get that key initial health check to make sure that medically they are able to then be transported further. So what we have seen in the past, certainly a couple of weeks ago, there was a chaotic scene where we saw some significant crowds pushing and shoving, and one of the female hostages was being escorted to the Red Cross vehicle. Now, there were complaints from the Israeli side. There was a delay in the Palestinian prisoners being released because of those scenes. And since that time, we have seen a far more choreographed and a scene where we are seeing Hamas effectively very much in control and controlling those crowds. And it's what we're seeing at this point as well. We see both Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the heavily armed, masked, in uniform, as we have seen in previous weeks as well, showing that they are very much in control of the situation. So we will expect in the coming minutes, potentially more, to see those 3 hostages. There is often as well some technicalities between Hamas and the International Red Cross, where they sign papers to make sure that the particular hostages that they said would be released are in fact those hostages, and then after the technicalities are completed, then we will see the hostages. So there's no reason to think that it will be any different this time around. Certainly this will be watched very closely in Tel Aviv, where Nick Robertson is, in Hostage Square, and it will also be a very close look to see the physical and the medical condition of these hostages, given last week when the condition of those 3 hostages took many in Israel by surprise. Linda?
And just for our viewers, Paul, I just want to tell them what they're seeing on screen right now. Khan Yunis, which is in southern Gaza. This is where the hostage exchange is set to take place. 3 dual citizens set to be released. And on the other side of the screen, you can see Tel Aviv. So we've got Hostage Square, where family members of loved ones that were taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th are there, waiting for news, waiting to see the release of these 3 Israeli hostages. I want to bring in Nick Robertson, who is in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. What can you tell us, Nick, about these 3 men that are going to be released today?
Yeah, a lot of posters here showing images of Horn, of Sagi Dekluchen, of Safta Trufanov. And a lot of people here really It feels I was standing in the middle of the crowd by the stage and I'm looking at the images of those big live pictures coming from Khan Yunis, waiting to see these three being released. I think there's a big level of expectation here, trying to gauge what's the condition of these three hostages going to be. Last weekend, there was a real sense of shock when they could see how emaciated the hostages were who were released then. And there's a sort of an air of expectation, an air of calm, of a moment's quiet. But it is building to that moment where the hostages, where the expectation is the hostages will be seen very soon. It does appear that it is imminent. It's sort of been expected over the past hour. Exactly how it will unfold on the ground is as it appears exactly as Paul is describing, to be calmer than some of the handovers we've seen recently, where Palestinian Islamic Jihad handing over one of the young IDF female soldiers was an absolutely chaotic scene of her being pushed and shoved. And it does seem as if this joint handover, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad together, have actually really taken control of that area inside of Gaza, kept a lot of people out of it, a controlled zone. The image not just portrayed internationally of them in control, but it gives you a sense of how much control they have over the communities inside of Gaza as well. But these three men, 36-year-old Sagi Dekel-Chen, will get to see today his third daughter, who was born while he was in captivity. Avital, his wife, yesterday posted an image on Instagram saying, letting everyone know Dad is coming home. The expectation building. He was somebody who, on the kibbutz, refurbished buses so that they could go and bring educational help into disadvantaged communities in the area around them. The 46-year-old Argentinian Israeli, Yair Horn, really seen as sort of a social glue in the kibbutz. And this kibbutz was perhaps 400 or so people, a small community, of which 117 were either murdered or taken hostage. October 7th, he ran the pub in the kibbutz. And Sasha Trufanov, 29 years old, shot in both legs when he was captured. His father was killed. His grandmother, his mother, and his girlfriend were taken hostage when he was taken October 7th. They were released a couple of months later in November in the hostage ceasefire deal at that time. So they will be waiting for him. But for example, for Yair, he will come out to discover that his brother is still being held by Hamas inside of
Nick
Gaza.
Robertson, just stand by for us. We can see the hostage van right now. We'll come back to you in just a moment,
is
Nick.
to see the condition that these three men will be in when they're released.
So right now you're looking at a split screen Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, where it looks to be a van containing the three Israeli hostages. And on the other side of the screen, Tel Aviv, Hostage Square, where people are waiting for news of their loved ones. At any moment now, we're expected to see the release of three Israelis. Right now in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, three Israelis are set to be released in exchange for some 369 Palestinians being held by Israel. Standing by for us in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv is our senior international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson. And Paula Hancock joins us from Abu Dhabi. I want to go to you, Paula. So in exchange for these three Israeli hostages, some 369 Palestinians set to be released, what do we know about those prisoners?
Well, Linda, this is the most significant number of Palestinian prisoners that will have been released since this ceasefire hostage deal began. So, as you say, 369 prisoners will be released later in the day. This generally happens once these Israeli hostages are back on Israeli soil. 36 of them are serving life sentences, and 20 will not be allowed to go back to their homes. They won't be allowed to.
All right, I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Or Jerusalem. They will be
Y'all have a good night. I'll see y'all Sunday, I think.
individuals that were being sent to Egypt and then on from there to countries.
Have a good weekend.
To take them. And we also know that 333 of those being released today are from Gaza. They are individuals who the Israeli military has detained and taken to Israeli facilities and prisons
All right, I gotta find
during
this.
the war in Gaza. So since October 7th, 2023. Now, just as we will be watching to see the medical and physical condition of the Israeli hostages being released, it will be a similar situation for the Palestinian prisoners. There have been many accusations from those that have already been released of mistreatment in Israeli prisons. And we also know that many of those that have been released back to Gaza have made allegations of mistreatment as well. So certainly the physical condition will be looked at, Linda.
Yeah, absolutely. That is what everyone is watching right now. And I want to go to Nick Robertson, who is in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, for more on that. We know three men, three dual citizens, an Israeli-American, an Israeli-Russian, and an Israeli-Argentinian, are being released as part of this hostage exchange. What more can you tell us about them, Nick?
Yeah, the Israeli-Russian Sasha Trufanov, 29 years old, was being held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which has clearly joined with Hamas today to have a joint release inside of Han Yunis. Trufanov was worked for Amazon, really seen as sort of the life and soul of every place that he was at. That's according to people who knew him. When he was taken hostage October 7th, he was shot in both legs. His father was killed. His mother, his grandmother, his girlfriend were taken hostage. They were released in November 2023. But for him and for the others, 498 days in captivity. And interestingly, we're learning one thing about Sagi Dekelchen, the 36-year-old American Israeli. His wife, Avital, yesterday posted an image on Instagram of her and their three daughters, the youngest daughter there, born while Sagi was in captivity. And we've learned today that Hamas has presented Sagi with a piece of gold to congratulate him for the birth of his youngest daughter. We don't have many details on that, but what we do know about him is that his father, Jonathan, campaigned.
Good night.
In the United States, going to the White House, going to the State Department, meeting with